Well, hello everybody, and welcome to Cool Days. You're all wonderful people, look at you. And do find a seat, sit down, find an exciting person you've never met to talk to, hopefully. And, welcome to the conference. Yeah, we've had a lot of these, and they're hopefully always fun and enlightening. And lots of people, we're growing, again, more people this time. And we've come out of Cambridge, which is, sad for me, obviously, but beautiful Budapest awaits. So lots of fun later. Just going to open with a few bits about Collabora and what we're doing, why we're here, and then hopefully expand that to some of our mission, really. So why Collabora? Well, there are many distinctives about our company, but one of them is that we're really organic. So there are many companies out there that are high-octane, VC-funded, pump and dump, or, burnout trying, and we're not that. In fact, we're exactly not that. So we have, relatively well-controlled stewards who have pretty clear goals. And what that does mean is that our partners and our customers fund everything we do. There is no magic money tree. There's no money fairy. And so we're really, really grateful for the support of our partners and all that they do to make our collective work possible. And so our focus is really our distinctive mission, which is summarized something like this, making open source rock. This is what makes our shareholders happy if we're doing this. It's what makes us get up in the morning. We want to make open source succeed and change the world through this radical new approach. Now, this is a ridiculous mission. If you go back 10, 15, 20 years ago when we're starting to think about and put this in place, today it seems much less ridiculous. Now, one of the properties of open source that it gives you is digital sovereignty, and I'd just like to talk about that a little bit. I think it's an emergent property of open source, but it's really interesting. If we look at how the internet has changed from the utopic vision of these peer-to-peer connected nodes and this robustness and freedom and so on, and that libertarian start, unfortunately, we've ended up in a world where there's massive centralization, where the network effects are captured by a few majors, and there are huge barriers to entry. And that's very difficult to compete with, as you may know. And we think really that the only way that this can be done successfully is through massive international collaboration by people. And so I'm really thrilled to look around the room and see so many people from so many different places. And people working together across companies and across industries to collaborate, to make a small blow for freedom. Maybe you only filed a bug, or maybe you only fixed a little thing, but it all adds up. And it builds into this great, wonderful pile of code that we build on top of LibreOffice, of course, and then add lots of Collabora code on top that makes that better and better and snowballs and drives that virtuous circle whereby we can be indigenous. We can be in every location that we're in, so our staff are all around the world. We can make software that is natively in your country, but then we can still collaborate with everyone around the world. This is not a narrow nativism. This is a broad and wonderful collaboration between people from all around the world. And of course, as we look around the world, we see that geopolitical risk is back with a vengeance. You should have in your bag there a nice badge, a Ukrainian badge there, which you can proudly pin on your chest. We are sort of unashamedly in defense of liberty, I would argue. If you want a Russian badge, you should go to the Only Office conference, perhaps. Our engineering, of course, is very distributed, but I mean, you can see geopolitical risk is back. The uncertainty is climbing, and we'll talk about some of those things. These are not new things. The world has been rocked and racked by changes, nations rising and falling. For all of its history, it's probably the norm. And so we're incredibly robust as a company. We have people everywhere, all of them working from home, all connected to this wonderful network that we have, all of them with duplicates of the software everywhere, backed up in innumerable Git repositories, skills everywhere. Sometimes our customers ask for escrow of our software. They want us to pay money to Iron Mountain to get our source code and bury it underground somewhere in case of disaster. And of course, it's ridiculous, isn't it? It is everywhere, and it lives on in the skills and the people that know and love that software. So, it's amazing times for digital sovereignty. Recently, there was a big old press thing from Microsoft, and pushing their cloud for sovereignty approach. So, trying to put software in various companies to increase your sovereignty and so on. And pardon me, there are a number of encouraging things there. So, if Microsoft gets a request for the customer data, they commit to challenge every government request for that, where there's a lawful basis for doing so. And that includes any requests under the Cloud Act. So the Cloud Act is an act that allows the American government, in this case, although it could be any other government, has similar problems. I don't want to pick on America. We have many happy American customers. So, but it allows them to get their employees to go into systems they have access to and extract your data and bring it to America in defiance of whatever laws there are. And it sounds great. It sounds great that they're going to challenge them. The problem is the Cloud Act exists because of a previous challenge by Microsoft in the courts against this request for data out of Ireland. That, the American government said, right, we want data out of this Irish data center, give it to us. And Microsoft, pushed back, nobly, I would argue, against that. And unfortunately, the Cloud Act was then created to make sure that they couldn't. So, that's not great. Anyway, there's a lot of good marketing around this. And that's juxtaposed with, more recent things like the International Criminal Court being shut down, effectively, by having the chief prosecutor's email on the Microsoft systems blocked. So the funny thing is that we've been talking about open source. We've been talking about digital sovereignty. We've been talking about the importance of controlling and owning your own software, of being able to change it and share it, collaborate around it for many years. And finally, reality is knocking. People are seeing the world is changing. And we have a really good solution. Open source really guarantees that digital sovereignty for everyone. And so I'm really excited that our mission is getting traction, that our marketing is sticking, that our customers and prospects and partners are finding it easier to sell their solutions, because what we've known for years is becoming obvious to everyone. So I'd like to talk a little bit about Collabora itself. So the Collabora brand is really our parent company, which is an open source consultancy, arguably a leader in that world. Around 150 people, offices in 31 countries. You can see this sort of international theme going on there. There's some of them. They managed to get together on a beach in Portugal. And our parent company, it does amazing things, but it does them from the bottom up. So everywhere there's a semiconductor, we want it enabled for open source, primarily Linux. So there's hardware enablement there. If you're looking at a sign, maybe you're third more likely to buy what's on the sign, interestingly. Digital signage is amazing, a market, but hopefully there's an open source driver behind that. There's a GStreamer, there's an open source browser, there's a Linux kernel. If you're getting into your car, hopefully the control systems, the infotainment stuff, all Linux-based. Virtual reality, we're building open source technologies in case virtual reality took off and became the dominant UI. So far hasn't happened. Might do, you never know. But there are great open source foundations there created by Collabora. And lots of other things, medical machines. As you lie in your hospital bed, the machine that goes ping next to the bed should be running Linux, and in many cases now is running Linux. So Collabora is then driving this open source stack up from the bottom to try and get open source everywhere and liberate people's devices. Now, Collabora productivity, I would argue, comes from the opposite direction. We're taking the strategic top-down approach, let's say, to getting things from the very leaf nodes of the dependency graph and open sourcing them and pushing them back. And so then we have now, I think, around 65, something like that, people, and we continue to hire. So, we're looking forward to continuing to grow that team. And yeah, I think 25 countries, loads of products, and yeah, well, this is, I think, last cool day slide. And we make something beautiful, as you've seen, built on that LibreOffice technology underneath. And yeah, doesn't it look nice? You can make strawberry vanilla pancakes with it, so that must be good. You can check your winnings or earnings or whatever against it. You can present those things, and you can even draw beautiful marketing flyers and so on with a whole complete stack of software. Now, we do some amazing things, I hope. All of the people here are real experts in their fields that work on this. But one of the things that we want to be is we want to build other businesses. We want to be generous and work with others and share our success and share in other people's success. So we have very large numbers of partners that we work with, and our preferred route to market is through those partners. So they sell our real value, our support and services. They make great margin on that. We make margin on that. All of that's invested back into growing this whole ecosystem of people working around the software. And so we have a whole load of customer testimonials from great people doing good things around the software that our marketing team has carefully devised and prepared and put online and that you can enjoy. So at this point, having said how important partners and customers are, I'd like to embarrass some of our partners and customers that may be lurking amongst you, you know? And I'd really encourage you to talk to them and encourage them. So I'm going to ask them to stand up, and after that, we're going to give them a huge round of applause, if that's all right. So I know it's perhaps a bit scary, but we'll go one by one. Leif Göran is at the top of my list. Leif, would you? Well, thank you very much. From Fry Program Varu Syndicate in Sweden. Well, look, there are a lot of them. If we're all going to get RSI if we clap for each one of them. Yeah, if you stay standing up, Leif, that'd be great. And next to him, Bridget from eGroupware, doing great things there. And Anatha Raghuvana from InDrive. Anatha, with you? Ah, excellent, good man. And Francesco Sardana from Digit, the EU Commission. Look at this. This guy here is driving Collabora into central government and digitization, wonderful things. Thomas Kramer from Vector is doing wonderful things here with LibreOffice embedded in automotive and all sorts of great stuff. Many of these people will have talks afterwards that you can go and see exactly how those things are being used. Lavinia Vittel from XWiki, you know, opening knowledge to everyone there, again with Collabora embedded. Gerd Rather. Gerd, are you with us from ITZ-Bund, the central IT service provider for the German federal government? We have Salim Belak from Nextcloud, doing amazing things with File Sync and Share. Marcus Goethe went to get breakfast earlier, but he's from B1 Systems. Oh, he's at the back, fantastic there. And Zendis, so the central German government digitization system. Marcus is our lead contractor with that. And we even have Gabriel Massey from 101, mailbox.com in the corner. So thank you so much, these people. Please do give them a massive round of applause. They're awesome. And, you know, nothing we do, please do sit down. Thank you so much for being embarrassed. Nothing we do here is possible without them. As I say, there is no magic money tree. These are the people here representing a much larger set of partners who actually drive and fuel our success by selling the software, by evangelizing it, by telling people about the goodness of what we do, and encouraging them to help fund what we do so we can make it fun and deliver on our mission. So thank you. You make it all possible. From a sales engineering perspective, sort of retreating somewhat back into the company, I just like some of these people that are quite key to stand up so that people know who they are. So Eloy, do you want to stand up? So Eloy leads our sales and sales engineering team. If you don't know who he is, do talk to him. And Mazin with him, I guess. And I have Hubert and also Mevin, who are sales engineers. If you have complicated questions and you want to make your integration better, these guys can really help you there. There are all sorts of account managers there. And I think do sit down, thanks. So they can help you. And then after that, we have Anna. Anna, come on, I know you want to stand up. And then, you know, we have a support and a QA team. I don't know if you're on that team, please do stand up. So these people, if you have a bug, you know, come on, Joe, you can stand up. And, you know, all these guys here are just ready and eager to hear about your problem so they can find it. And probably Gabor as well is doing this at Alotropia and now with us. So, you know, they're eager to hear about your problems and merge them, you know, find where they are and help us fix them. And then we have a whole lot of community people come here too that I just quickly call out. I think we're going to have a community panel later just to do that. So we have Luna Bitin, so woohoo, that's excellent. And Laszlo Nemeth from the Document Foundation board. I know where Laszlo's hiding. I put my glasses on. Hey, look at that. And Italo Vignoli, wonderful marketing lead and so on, will talk to us later about ADF. And Chintanya Kandari, I think fantastic, from our community. So there we go. There we go. So please do talk to those people, reach out, include them, and get them involved. And while you do that, just bear in mind that we have people from all many different backgrounds here. You know, I only open my mouth to change feet, as you know. And so we expect people really to be gentle and make room and include people and be patient. For many people, English is not their first language, their mother tongue here. So, you know, be respectful for the people, not necessarily the ideas. You know, I mean, we all have crazy ideas and we should share them. But we're all wonderful, you know, individuals. And so please do that. If you feel at all got at, or you feel little and lost, or whatever, come and grab me, and perhaps we can help. And you know, we all make mistakes. Just you know, please do get over that. Good, so this is the outline of the day. One of the things I'm most interested in here is the partner roadmap stuff. So one of the privileges, pleasures, I don't know, is us being able to interact with our partners and help them build our roadmap and see what's going on and how we can best make the product to fit their needs. And so that will be happening next door on this side at 11. I'm probably horribly overrunning, so let me move slightly more quickly. I think it's mandatory we have an AI slide, so here we go. Here it is, you know, and it's not changed massively since the last time, but this is my college, and it has this wonderful motto, which is Quae vere verum, which means seek the truth. The stochastic parrot that says whatever sounds plausible is the enemy of the truth with a vengeance. And we see that with model collapse, you know. The world is increasingly filled with verbose and inaccurate nonsense. And that's interesting, isn't it? So, but I think here at Collabora, we're really trying to aspire to accuracy, to doing things excellently, to not being idle, but actually checking what we say and making sure it is so. So we integrate with a whole load of AI things. Obviously, we love those that are from our partners that are sovereign, that are controlled by you, that run on your system. And interestingly, this is not a feature that was highly ranked by our partners previously. Like I say, we try and follow what our partners want us to do. We've been doing a whole load of work to try and procure open source better, so to help governments and IT people understand that. And in fact, Bridget here has been leading the charge at the OSBA with, I think, some help from Lily and many others to try and create good ways of understanding that open source is not like proprietary software. If you buy proprietary software, you can say, hey, we want the binaries, you know? And if you can produce a binary, you're obviously the creator of the software. And you have the competence and the skill and the understanding to maintain and develop it. Not so with open source. Anyone can produce a binary, and they do. And so you really want to, when you tender and when you try and buy open source, you need to be a bit more cunning, a bit smarter. You need to think about certifications, and the LibreOffice certification programs are helpful, really helpful tool here. You need to think about competence. Are these people able to support and maintain and develop this software or not? Have they just grabbed it off a bus and compiled it and we're all good? And then sustainability in the long term. Are they reinvesting back into the code and avoiding a number of shaggy dog stories, sad stories that we see out there of well-intentioned government procurers who have got the very best price and the very worst product for all of us in the community and the sustainability. So some great work there from the SBA. Pleased to work with them. We've also been, as you can see, you may notice the friendly beavers here. And if you've missed it, we have a cartoon or a comic that we're creating that tries to explain the business of open source, the communities interacting with community projects and how they work. And there's a little story that's developing there. And I'm just, well, I don't know. It amuses me anyway. There's some sort of catharsis in developing these things and explaining what's going on. And yeah, so we'll be moving on in the future to tendering and bidding and process and how you can do these things really well. We've also got a great new podcast from Richard. I mean, we can't do much about the initial speakers at this point, but perhaps you can talk to Richard and we can come up with some even better, insights. Just short podcasts. I think nothing over a quarter of an hour, something I expect, and with just some insights and details from your piece that perhaps you could share with our audience. So I'll just really sort of wrap up, I think, with a bit of a summary of what's happening with Collabora. And when I say Collabora, I mean really Collabora productivity, the piece focused on Office here. So we've had something like a 40% headcount growth since Cool Days 2024. A chunk of that is our joy at welcoming Alotropia into the Collabora story. But there are a whole lot of other people, too, that are listed there that we've had that we're really thrilled to have you on the team. So really, welcome. Thank you. Sorry. We have a growing community of contributors. We have a whole load of industry standard certifications of our excellence, quality management, information security. We have a product that is approaching a beautiful market fit. The price is right, the product is great, and it's improving in beauty and polish. So we're really, really very excited about that. And it's been a long time coming. It's 10 plus years of work on Collabora Online to get it to where we want it to do. And a lot of people look at that and they think, oh, well, that's easy, it all looks so simple. Other people are having such an easy time. But I can tell you it's a lot of sweat and tears and toil from all the people here. And, we now have the freedom to do exactly what our partners and customers want. You know, so we are not making the crazy decisions of things to do, but here are some of the things that were asked for by our partners and customers in 2024. So we have massive improvements in performance and interactivity. We've hired Chris, who will be somewhere later, who discovered that most of these are actually in the browser and not in the complicated networky side, and there's some really encouraging wins there. Our CPU reduction, we've had some major wins here, reduced memory, the presenter view, speaker console stuff, document signing support was a big feature we've implemented. Accessibility is improving in leaps and bounds, and we're just going through our next round of certification testing there with the team on that, and various other pieces there. So the stuff in the top right we've really been looking at, and we're looking forward to getting our partners to rank and tell us what we're doing later. I've stolen this slide from Anna, I'm terribly sorry, but you can go to her talk later. And this just shows you a small optimization we did in the business. So thanks to Mitch and the team there, as soon as a customer files a ticket to our email thing, it pings in the Mattermost channel, and people are lit up. You know, our support teams, you know, reward centers are glowing immediately. How quickly? Now, can we react to the customer? And so you can see just this sea change in the time it takes to respond to a ticket from red to blue in terms of the responsiveness there. It's absolutely thrilling to me, because what we want to do is we want to make sure that our customers and partners, when they go out to the market, are just completely confident we've got their backs. Not only are we giving them great materials, collateral, pricing, support on sales, but also their questions can be answered. You know, when there's a problem in the deployment, there's someone there to help them go, oh, but that's easy, there's a setting for that, you've just missed it. Look at that bit of documentation, it's done. And just getting a much, much better and quicker iterative loop there, so they get to value quickly. So this is the summary, pretty much. So Collabora productivity is growing and improving, thanks to all of you. We're really dedicated to open source. That's our mission. And digital sovereignty is just a great emergent property of that. And we're going to bring beautiful documents to every browser near you, you know, all modern browsers, with a secure solution there that lets you control your data that few people could have imagined or expected when we started. And just welcome to Cool Days. Enjoy yourself. Have a great time. Enjoy your swag. You know, give a beaver to your kidlets. This is the working. It's a beaver because beavers work hard. You know, and I think one of the messages there is that we should really be empowering and listening to those who work so hard to do the work. You use the time well. If you're tempted to go and lie in your room exhausted, you know, don't come back. Come and see me. Let me introduce you to someone who can encourage you and build you up further. Obviously, we're super excited about the merger that it completed remarkably recently, and I'd just really like to then invite Torsten to come up and thank you for your time. Brilliant.
Thank you, Michael. Hey, everyone. I'm Torsten. Yes, and we recently, well, very recently, merged our two companies. Yeah, let me just start with that slide, adding 13 awesome engineers to the Collabora productivity team, and I'm humbled, I'm proud, I'm thrilled, I'm very much looking forward to join all of you and the team here. As yesterday we talked about that, and it was like, feels like coming home. There was this like back with the old gang, because this being open source, we've all been working together. Some of us have even been working together in the same company before. So it's like really this coming home, and yes, I'm very excited, and I'm very much looking forward to that. Just to call out the people by name, this is Armin, he's here today. Balázs and Gabor also here from Budapest Kohai, who didn't make it this time. Michael is here. Mohit, and sadly also not here. Moritz is here. Sahil, sadly not here this time. Samuel is here. Sarper, Stefan, Tibor, and myself, of course. Probably the most exciting thing beyond awesome people that we bring to the table is the WebAssembly port. And of course, quite some experience. We've been working quite a lot, in particular in the German-speaking world, with lots of people and customers and porters and the government. So I hope that is something where we can add some real value. Right, WebAssembly. I'm sure you've heard about it. That's LibreOffice running on the client side directly in the browser. It's a wonderful technology. So you don't need anything really like on the network, so it's all running in the browser. It's built with the Mscript and toolchain. And it has now some fully working, if you've ever heard that word, which is the LibreOffice Programmability API binding. Bear with us. So we're still kind of trying to get the branding and everything aligned, and also the working names. We will hear today, Stefan has a talk about something called Zeta.js in the program. The working title right now is Cool.js, which is the Java convenience or Java, idiomatic Java binding for all this WebAssembly goodness. Quick timeline, I will gloss over that. You can see the slides later. We started in 2020, late 2020. It's been quite a ride. So as you can imagine, porting something like LibreOffice to something as exotic as a browser, as anyone here in the room can witness from 2013 on, it's not an easy ride. But we're pretty much where we are. There's quite a lot of work now ahead of us to combine and merge that with the Collabora Online JavaScript GUI. Right now we're using Qt as the rendering or the control layer there, which is something that needs to go for a number of reasons. We also in 2024 with Kalen, I think most of that work with Balázs and Tor actually, with the prototype integrating that into online already. So you have a little local client-side browser online server that then renders on the very same browser right there locally. Right, so what is this all about? Just to quickly pitch that. So there's already a Collabora Online SDK, of course, where you can integrate your local application on the client and on the server with the online thing. This Cool.js is a little bit more involved, a bit deeper integration, and it exposes the full spectrum of the LibreOffice API. And for that, there's quite a lot of mapping that is necessary. You might have used Python, you might have used Java or Star Basic before, and you know that there's different levels of how idiomatic that is to use. So a lot of work went into making that really, really nicely integrated into how a JavaScript programmer would actually want to use an SDK or an API. Lots of things here. So in a word, Cool.js is the idiomatic unibinding for JavaScript with the full spectrum of the LibreOffice code base. So that's just how it looks like. So essentially, if you look at the bottom right, so first of all, we had to port that WebAssembly thing, which is the raw code there that had to work. Then we needed to build some bridge there so that you can actually make a call from the JavaScript side into that WebAssembly binary. And then we had to make it nice so that you can actually use it and not run away screaming when looking at the code. So it feels like idiomatic on the JavaScript. And the code you see there, the snippet, this is essentially, if you've been doing Python, you will recognize the names and the calls, and feels much more idiomatic now that the Cool.js wrapper is there. So what is this good for? I believe, as many other people have used Java or Basic or Python to integrate the LibreOffice technology into a vertically integrated larger application, like a building block, like you use many other pieces of open source software. The strongest thing you can do with open source is use it in creative ways, like because that's the pure power there, the technology that is malleable and integratable and embeddable. And I think that's one of the great strengths of open source. And people have been using that. People have been doing that with OpenOffice in the early 2000s and integrated that into very large, very interesting, complex systems. And that's something I believe, and I've seen that, and I have customers where we maintain that for, and I believe that's one of the core strengths, and we'd love to continue doing that. So just to give some numbers, there is the existing SDK, but just the scale of the existing UNO API with more than 4,000 classes, more than 10,000 functions, with the option to deeply integrate with the with a document to get events for everything, to override things that users can do. It's really quite powerful. Right, so, and if you know the competition out there with this Office.js, there's something there, or VBA, if you know that, if you've been using that, also been pervasive use in integrated application. And so we believe that Cool.js is the Office.js for the digital sovereign vertical application. And that's like our vision here, like complex workflows with an Office document where there's something in input and there's some user data, and then you merge that, or there's an existing Excel spreadsheet with very complex math there for some pricing calculations, or for your solar roof converter, how to optimize that and mangle that. And you can bring that now in the browser on the client side and keep using that existing investment that is there. All right, so that's the quick picture for me. And as I said, today there's more talks from the Alotropia and the new Collabora team here about that. And hit us up with any questions, and I very much look forward.
Just a minute. There we go. Can we see this? We can see this. Isn't that good? Excellent. Let's find my notes. Wonderful, thank you. My name is Richard Brock. I work in the marketing team here at Collabora Productivity, and now it is my great privilege to share with you just a small taster of some of the very hard work that has been going into Collabora Online over the past year, particularly in our 2504 release. This is work both from our own wonderful in-house developers and, of course, from the community. So what are we seeing in Collabora Online 2504? We are seeing even smoother and smarter document editing, this should say. Why do I say even? Well, in previous years and with previous releases, we have, of course, done a huge amount of work to make sure that your servers are doing wonderful, magical things, that they are working hard, their resources are allocated well. We have exciting things like a Kubernetes controller scaling up and down, so servers are looking good. Then, of course, there is networking. We have all these bits and bytes flying over, literally at the speed of light. I don't think we can claim credit for all of that. A lot of that is the internet service providers, but we can make sure that your documents are where they need to be in a moment. The light bulb moment was realizing that there was, in fact, a certain amount of work that could be done at the end user's computer in the browser. So we have hired some more staff for that, and what we've seen is some really exciting results, which we're now going to talk about a bit more. So what's going on here? This is a profile of scrolling through a document on a 4K screen. Now, I don't have a PhD in rocket computing, but I know a little bit about graphs and colors. I know that red is bad. That's what my bank manager says. And you can see at the top for the 2404 profile, there are some little red things. What's going on there? That is where the system is just being overly used and is locking out. So at that point, you will have seen some dropped frames, and not a very nice experience. You'll notice in the 2504 profile, no red. What else can we see here? The memory usage. You can see it's just a much smoother graph for the 2504 profile compared to 2404. And then similar things as well with the DOM worker. If you look at the 2404 profile, you can see it's maxing out not irregularly. Whereas if you look at the 2504 graph, it's actually quite difficult to see the DOM worker usage because it's so beautifully handled. So how is that happening? Well, you can come back for a lightning talk by Chris, I think, if you want to really learn about this. But from what I understand, it seems previously we were just rendering a huge amount of things that weren't even being seen by the end user. And we're doing exciting things like batching DOM changes, and we have a new worker thread, and all of those fun things like that. Back to graphs that I kind of understand. I think a couple of things that are really helpful here to see is previously, the system was at rest with 2404 only about 20% of the time. And if you look at with 2504, that's about doubled to 40%. So there's now just much more capacity, much more availability for the system to do some hard work on your documents. And you can see that that's primarily come from really reduced DOM usage, going down from 20-something% to below 10. So that's cool. How else are we getting smooth documents? Well, you can talk to Miklos about the wonderful and exciting things that he's been doing with government forms, 300-page documents, opening them in a snap. Talk to Quaylon about the fun things he's been doing with spreadsheets with a huge amount of query formula and switching sheets just like that. Talk to Pranam about Impress and new things with ZSTD threading and, no, not threading, compression, and loading presentations quickly. A fun thing you'll see is that across all of these apps, actually, we've even reduced memory usage. So this is not performance just by burning more memory. This is doing things really, really well. This is a fun example that I think helps to see the sort of things that we're doing. So this is a spreadsheet. I think we're familiar with that, except it's not. This is the spreadsheet, of course. This is what your server sees. So your server renders what you need to see. That would be the green area, and then the red area. We don't need to render that. You're not there. But maybe you want to go there. So you start to scroll down. Well, with this new intelligent viewport-based preloading, as you scroll, the system recognizes, you're going down. So it will prefetch and pre-render these tiles ahead of you, such that when you get there, everything is all ready. So for the end user, it's like it's all ready to go, and that should really help with making things smooth and wonderful. I said it's smoother and smarter. How is it smarter? This is fun. So we have an exciting new auto text system. You are a busy, busy doctor, and you have patients coming to see you all the time, but most of them, they've just got a bit of a cold, and they need to go home and have some paracetamol and a bit of a rest. You don't want to write a great big report, so you just type in flu, press F3, boom. And there we go, and there you have your text. This is maybe not this isn't medical advice, but, or maybe you're a school teacher and you're writing reports and you want to say, Ruben's a very naughty boy. Well, you just write Ruben, naughty, F3, and there you have your school report, ready to go. So that's for larger blocks of text. What about smaller ones? What about industry-specific terms? Or perhaps you're writing a new novel and you want to make sure that all of your names are spelt correctly, even though they are new names. Well, with this new feature, with the new custom dictionaries, you can create your own custom dictionary. And then there's an iframe that could be integrated into a file sync and store solution. So you could add things directly from the document, or you could indeed add them from your file sync and store solution. So that's quite fun. Then you need to get feedback. This work has been funded by the Open Source Institute. We're very thankful to them. So that you can at people in comments. So they don't need to open the document to see that you have been asking them, Birgit, what do you think about this? Instead, she will get a notification and know to open the document and look for that. And then, of course, when she replies, they'll be beautifully indented to make sure that you can follow the thread of a conversation. But suppose someone writes a much longer comment. Well, now we have the ability to open it in a full screen or full width view. So just trying to make sure that we are using people's screen estate really, really well. Now, speaking of using screen estate well, The navigation sidebar, this is nothing new in Collabora Online. It's a really helpful way to see what's going on, especially in larger documents. But we have now moved this over to the left-hand side. Why are we doing this? Well, again, we're trying to use screen real estate very well. People have these huge wraparound displays now. We've got sort of 4K. I think you could buy 8K monitors now. And some document editors just like to squeeze everything into a tiny bar ribbon thing at the top. And we would like to use screen space a bit better than that. So there we go, navigation sidebar now, it's the left-hand side. What else are we doing? Style sidebar, this is a fun one with a styles spotlight feature. So now when you're working on your legal documents and you want to see what is the formatting, what styles are being applied, well, you don't have to squint and try and work out, is it heading 4 or heading 5, or has it been italicized or not. You can see at a glance with a very clear color-coded, numerical-coded system what is going on in your documents. What else? Hyphenation. I think this is last low. I didn't know hyphenation was that interesting, but maybe that's because I speak English, and my language doesn't have interesting words like this. I shan't try and read it, but I can understand that if this is the sort of words that you are dealing with on a day-to-day basis, that hyphenation might matter a lot to you. So now just a lot more options available when you're working with sort of narrower columns, perhaps, to make sure that things are or aren't hyphenated in the way that you would like them to be. Security and compliance, right. Michael touched on this a minute ago. PDF signing. Previously, the workflow for signing documents is you take your very secure documents out of your lovely file storage system, and then you send it off to some third party. And then they will send it off to the other person who is signing the document. And we thought that's a bit silly. We want people to be having a much more holistic experience. So now, thanks to an integration with EID Easy, you can sign documents from directly within your favorite document editor. And what documents are we signing? Well, it is, of course, the latest and greatest PDF 2.0. We now have new support for that, so that's really great. More encryption, more future-proof, all sorts of wonderful things. Per user change tracking. What's going on here? You are a senior member of staff, that looks about right here, and you've recently hired some junior members, and you just want to keep track of what they're doing in this very important document. It sort of does what it says on the tin. So you can highlight where you are. This is useful for a number of reasons, especially, for example, writing formulas. You don't have to try and trace along and work out, is it column 25 or 26 or 27? You can see immediately. So great for formula writing. This is another one that's similar. Named ranges. Named ranges are not new to Collabora Online, but what we do have is a new user interface for this to make sure that they are easier to work with and easier to get into. So instead of having to write E4 to E13 into your formula box, you just give it a name. And that's really handy. It makes things much more efficient. You're not going to miss out E13 by mistake. It's also especially handy if, for example, you were referencing some cells from a different page, because these cells are sheet specific. So you don't need to swap sheets to find out, was it E4 or E5? You can just write in housing, and we even have a nice little pop-up that will help you auto-complete things. So that's great. Duplicate record handling. Again, it does what it says on the tin. If you have unnecessary duplicates in your documents, we can get rid of them. But it's a bit cleverer than that as well. It's not just going to delete everything. If you want, you can copy results to some other cells to just make sure that you are seeing that they are in fact genuine duplicates, not just 10 John Smiths. What's next? Duplicate no, sorry. Summary below data. So this is, I think, is this Balash? Doing some great work, interoperability work. We've had summary below data for some time, but more recently, the clever clogs at Microsoft Excel decided to add summary above data. And we're just making sure that we are rendering things in the same way that they are saved. So if you are working with other people using other document editors, you can rest assured that things are going to look the same across the board. And on that note, we're making sure that we've got all of the newest and best functions. So this is just really great. And again, you can see here the tooltip pop up, so that when you type in this function, we'll even help you to fill it out properly. Here we go, auto-filling cells. This is perhaps nothing new, we know this. You type in 1, 2, 3, and it gives you 4, 5, 6. But sometimes you want 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So now with this new option, we let you choose whether you want to just copy to duplicate the cells, or whether you would like to fill the series. So just, you know, a small little change. But again, we're trying to give our users the best options. And that includes things like chart types. Do you want a pie chart? Great. Do you want a pie of your pie chart or a bar of your pie chart? We'll make it happen. Right, Impress. Impress has had a lot of hard work going into it this year, I think. And I'm going to draw your attention just to one thing, the presenter console. With the new presenter console, you can see your notes, share your presentation, and still follow the, but exactly, so you can see your notes, and ooh, that screen's disappeared, that's fun. You got it there, don't worry. You can see your notes, and you can see what the next slide is. Which is really handy. Another fun thing, you can have a nice little slide sorter, slide picker. This is really useful perhaps for a Q&A session. You've got to the end of your slides and someone's saying, oh, what about that slide you showed me earlier? Well, you could quickly tap forwards and backwards, or just click on the slide picker, choose the slide, and you are back where you want to be. Another, I would say, incredibly important feature is the timer. We all know what it's like to sit through a presentation that's going on a bit too long. Maybe some of you feel that now. And so there we go, there's a bit of inception, that's kind of what I see over here. And that means you can see what's coming next, which is 3D transitions. So, 3D transitions, these are quite fun. I understand it's very clever putting all of this into a browser. And again, we just want to make sure that our end users have all of the best and most fun and can cut as well. Copy and paste slides. So this is really handy. It's really handy. I work in marketing and I do a lot of this kind of thing. I'm afraid to say this is not a unique slide for this presentation. I've used it elsewhere, and it's great just being able to press Control-C, Control-V, and then you have your slides where you want them to be. And not just copying elements, but copying the entire slides. Talking of elements, interactive elements. Again, just giving you lots and lots of options. So we can make it such that this element of a slide has a very specific action. So not just going to the next slide, it might be going to a specific slide, or playing some audio, or running a macro, or doing something very exciting. What else can we do? Lining up things, just making sure everything is really smart, really professional, really on brand. There's just been a huge amount of hard work that is going into Impress. I don't have time for all of it, but you can see some there. What's going on under the hood? This is a fun new one, form filling API. Talk to Attila, he can tell you much more than I can, but I will try briefly. So content controls are something we have had in Collabora Online for some time. So you can see, for example, here this date picker. So it makes sure that your dates are formatted nicely. It's always 1st of January 2025, for example. And that's really helpful. It's good for people to read and to not get confused. It's also very good for computers to read and not get confused. Ooh, maybe we should let computers read our date picker. And that's what's going on here. So with the form filling API, it is opening up your documents to be read by, well, any other application. Perhaps two main use cases. One is that you want to create documents en masse. Perhaps you have a large database of things and you want to fill up your documents with this database. Well, you can do that, going from database to documents. But perhaps you are going the other way around. You are collecting a huge amount of documents and you would like to suck out all the information from that. Well, you can do it that way as well. It is a very powerful feature. We want to make sure that our system admins have a wonderful experience and that there is no problems with just getting everything working. So with this new server audit, server config help, we will make sure that help is at hand. We will point out where any potential problems are and even give them a direct link to the help pages just to make sure that they can fix things and don't have to be hunting around the internet to work out what's going on. Even more metric compatible fonts. Again, this isn't new, this is just adding more to the list. When someone sends you a document with some odd proprietary font that perhaps you haven't installed yet, it's okay, the layout is going to stay the same with metric compatible fonts. So that's fun, but what if it's not a different font? 万一我要写英文呢，或者万一我不要写英文呢？那你放心，如果你要写 Hello World， 还是 Konnichiwa Sekoi， 还是你好世界，我们一定要保障你们的文件会最好看。这些工作主要是来自于TDF 的 Jonathan Clark， 所以我们非常感谢他。然后因为这些，我们觉得都会没有问题，哪怕是汉字还是西班牙语，还是英语，还是日语，还是印度语，还是阿拉伯语都没有问题，你的文件都会 OK 了。So this is a bit more from Jonathan's slides. So slightly unusual bugs that we previously had. Perhaps you were highlighting. You can see with some of the characters, you can do all sorts of unusual things that you just would never come across in English with an alphabet. But we want to make sure that that is looking great, that we are accessible for as many people as possible. There has been a huge amount more work going on, but we're coming up to 20 minutes, so I'm going to stop there. Thank you very much for listening. There'll be a short pause while Pedro moves the table.
Yes, hello, hello. Okay, we are just, cleaning the place a bit while you watch. No, I'm joking. So I think we will now go through a community panel. And we have also all sorts of fun here. So hopefully, I think you can not see it yet. Or can you? Yeah, nice, nice, nice. Okay. Maybe, yes, thank you. Okay, so we have Banobe, we have Darshan, Elliot is coming, nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, there is one, it's me, makes sense. Good. Okay, so here is I hope the camera is already changed. Perfect, love it. Okay, good. So good morning once again. So we will go through a very brief presentation, and then we go and jump right into some fun questions. Yeah, so I think we should take it away in terms of numbers. So Mary, I'll pass to you.
Hello.
It's working. Okay, go ahead, Darshan.
Hello everyone. My name is Darshan, and let's
I love it.
talk about the community thing.
Yes.
So I'm very happy that I'm a part of handling the community, like
Maybe
mostly
more
active
glasses. Yes.
with the new people coming to the community. The contributions been happening, forum, and GitHub sections, Reddit. So yeah, it's been a quite exciting year for me last year. Yeah, so these are the forum numbers. As you can see, we have total near about 1,300 posts in the forum, and on an average 115 per month. So you can imagine how many posts are coming. So it's not only related to the like people asking the questions. It's more about they are sharing their configurations, how they are integrating Collabora online with their products. So there are many fun features, fun posts over there. Yeah, and then we will go with the GitHub. So these are the GitHub section. You can see we have all over 300 plus active code contributors. So these 300 people are not like the company people, but they are the open source contributors. So it's not like that Collabora is not known to like it's you can if you can go to any student or in the university, especially in my area, just name the Collabora and they will tell you like what's the product is.
Love
And yeah, and as Michael spoke in his presentation, like last few years we have been doing grades, and that's why this number shows like only in the last year we have total 90 plus active contributors who are contributing like really actively on the Collabora. It's not like just they are doing 1 or 2 PR, but they are with us and suggesting the features, what needs to be done and improve. Yeah, so and
Yes.
we have total near about 6,000 commits in our master branch. So huge round of applause for those contributors. And the chart shows about the how many open and closed issues each and every month. So graph is pretty much exciting. You can see the number of open issues we have. We are chasing them and closing every month. So it's not like the issue stays over there, but we are addressing those. So yeah, it's pretty much how the community is working. It's going good, and I am hoping that it will be more double the numbers or triple the numbers next year. So yeah, thanks.
Good, 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 good. Yes, yes, it's nice, and it's worth to revisit this chart here because our forum is heavily technical. So you will find a lot of configuration related questions, and it's really nice to see old contributors now helping new contributors, be that in terms of new reports, trying to test old reports and make sure that they are fixed and change the status on GitHub. So you will see people migrating from forum that first they were just asking a question, then they actually create the bug in GitHub, and some of them even convert themselves into contributors. So that's really nice to see. Good. Okay. So and where to start? So I will let this slide for now here because I think we will probably discuss some of these topics. But you can see that we have every week our cool weekly meeting where we meet. Everyone shares what they have been hacking, or maybe they just started and they are not really sure where they should start, and then we kind of suggest some easy hacks and we guide them through the mess. And then suddenly it's not a mess anymore, and it's a lot of passion, and they just want to grab more and more easy hacks. And then we need to say, probably it's already too easy for you. Maybe you can already help all other fellow contributors, especially the new ones. So that's how it works. We have our page, you can see there, colla/io or colla/cooldev, and there is there the first steps, how to build, where to report, translators as well. We really own a lot of these translated strings, particularly non-English languages to translators. And then we have also a nice story, if you have time, to go through, where translators became reporters and almost part of the community QA, which is also very, very intriguing. It's really nice. Okay, so I will now start with yeah, the series of questions. And we go through. I will ask each one to say your name. I think I already told you while calling you, right? Elliot, Skylar, Banove, Darshan, but here you have it again. So I think we could start with, yes, why we don't start, yeah, with the first one, makes sense. How did you first contribute to open source? And we can start with Banove, if that's okay.
My beginning was with Pedro and Simon on Collabora Online. And with that, first off, to jumpstart me, I first was given some easy hacks, but also I was also being helped with also some configurations. And for the start, I was using a MacBook, but it was really difficult to build Collabora on a MacBook, so I had to use a virtual machine, but then build on Visual Studio Code on MacBook, then also build the product on the virtual machine. So Pedro and Shimon were helpful, and also the documentation, and that really get me going. And yeah, that's how I started.
Yeah, and it's really, thanks Manoba, it's really interesting because sometimes the first, the first blockage is actually not really related with code at all, the code base at all. It's just a person is maybe in a different system, maybe a low resource system, and now doesn't know about virtual machine and now needs to know all these hoops and loops, and we try to ease in that journey, and then hopefully that person then jumps into code. And Banova now is working with us, so it's a nice story. Okay, you, Skylar? Perhaps.
Yeah, hi. So I'm Skylar. I work on mostly the mobile app. I started open source during my time in secondary school, and it was, I think, actually due to kind of a restriction. GitHub wouldn't allow you to make private repositories unless you paid for their pro plan at the time. So I had some code. I wanted to share it with a few people in a team I was working with, and I ended up putting it on GitHub for the world to see. I kind of quickly discovered that actually I really enjoyed putting code out into the public and working, in the public. And so when I started new projects, I started them publicly, and I, picked software licenses and made cool stuff in the open. And I've continued doing that, and I've also, started as time went on contributing to other projects that I use. So I notice a problem in a thing, and I want to go and fix it. And now, of course, I'm also working with Collabora to improve Collabora Online and LibreOffice and stuff around that. Thank you.
Perfect. And you, Elliot?
Yeah, so my first introduction to open source was through Collabora. In the education system, it was all proprietary, so I had no knowledge of it. So I joined Collabora, and that was my first introduction. And now I'm getting more into it, especially with my note-taking, anything which I need to keep my data. I've been using open source.
Yeah, that's okay. Can you expand on note-taking?
Yeah,
that seems interesting.
Throughout education, I'm using Word, cloud services, and now I've gone to just taking through my own, go through Vim or even Obsidian, stuff like that.
Yes, okay. And I see that it was, if I remember correctly, that was a big breakthrough.
Yes, yeah. It was a big change and challenge to start on Collabora, but it's been really helpful. It's really, I would say it's definitely, I've learned a lot more on Collabora compared to my degree so far.
Well, that's good. That's, I'd say good.
Yeah.
Good. Or at least, yeah, they are complementary, so it's nice to hear. Okay, that's really good. I think I would like to revisit that, but let's move on, and maybe we can then connect the dots. So, second, what helped you, and what were some of the difficulties? And now we start exactly on the opposite direction, so we start with you, just to make it fun.
I would say the community, especially Mattermost and forums and the colleagues. It was very challenging at the start. I had no idea what was going on. So having people like Skylar, Pedro, great for helping me. And the challenges were it was completely new to me. Yeah.
Yes, okay, and that's where the note-taking actually helped.
Yes, and we had a call about that. I took that on, and now I've taken on that format. It's good.
Love it, love it. Okay, Skylar?
Yeah, I definitely think working with people has been a great help to me. I have, both at Collabora, there's a great team here, but also in my own personal life, I work on a great deal of open source software, and I find that I'm generally much more successful when I'm working with someone. I can chat to someone, I have someone to bounce ideas off and go to for code review and help when I get stuck, than when I'm trying to throw code out into the world on my own. So yeah, working with people and talking to people about the stuff that I'm doing is always really helpful.
Love it. Banobe?
What really helped me was the detailed forums, and also the documentation, and also with that also Pedro really helped me in things what a bit non-technical but also useful thinking on that, and then also Shimon helped me a lot of in the technical bit of the side to contribute to Collabora Online, and yes, so the constant attending of the weekly meetings, chatting through Mattermost and the Matrix channel, that really helped me a lot, and yes.
Okay, and did you find that those channels, so the chats, were somehow helping you in a different way than documentation, and were they critical?
Yeah, yes. So
Why?
sometimes when sometimes when you ask for your documentation and doing something, you can get stuck. So
Yes.
really how to bring adapt in the channel, and I was helped on that. Yes.
Okay, good. Darshan?
Hello. Yeah, so for me, the difficulty is I started with the Windows machine. So started with Windows. It's cool that it builds. It's not like it's not working. I set up the virtual machine. I tried with first of all I tried with Gitboard, but that solves the very small issues. If I want to debug on those code pointers, it's quite difficult on that platform.
And you use what? WSL or?
I connected with WSL at that time, but it's a resource limitations, and always like 3 out of 5 time it crashes. So
Yeah.
eventually I
You mean the whole WSL? The whole?
Yes.
Interesting, okay.
Also, I have the very low spec
Yes,
laptop
at the
at
time,
that
yes.
time, but so I switched to Ubuntu for. Also, it's very challenging to use a Linux-based distribution. It has a more fun compared to the Windows thing. Or
So wait, so because of Collabora, it actually opened you the door to all the other fun stuff.
Yeah.
When it comes to open source, so that's nice.
So it started my journey to playing in the terminal and no use of only the UI click, using the mouse click and all.
Yes.
And on the helping part, I say metrics is very helpful for me. Like not all the issues were mentioned in the documentation. Like there are some cases where like in the different distribution there can be a different errors, and the people we discuss with the people, then they know, yeah, I have that one time in the past, and that's how we solve. And then after we update the documentation, so this how the improves also the documentation and helps the part of the contribution.
Yes. And you mentioned terminal. I wonder if, which is a nice excuse to mention our tea time trainings that we have every week. So I wonder if those help you all in some way. I remember, I think Michael had one very, yeah. So I would like you to hear.
Yes, so I enjoy taking part of those and trying to follow with and try to explore what comes up. So it's a really joyful thing to take part of. So thank you very much for contributing all of the energy. And
do you think it's a way for you to be also more in the inner cycle of development, like understand, oh, there is this interesting...
absolutely,
Okay.
yes, I think it's certainly a way to keep
Love it.
inside rather than being an
Yes.
independent observer, which I don't want to be. So.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay,
thank
good,
you.
good. Perfect, perfect. Okay, if anyone has a question, wants to comment, I can always give you the mic.
But that's really good. Okay, so then I have a third one. Yes, how can new people get involved in your area, both geographical or field of expertise, or just in general? But before I go through, I would like to mention, now I don't remember, I only remember the meaning of your name, which is sun, but I don't remember the name is Aria? Areg. Can you come here, please, and join us? Love it. Okay, so you can sit in my chair. Okay. Yes, you can sit, sit. I'm relaxed.
Yes, okay. So, why I called you here? Because, you know, this panel was already formed, and yet again, you know, there are always new contributors coming in. And Arrays is one of them. So I want to hear from, you know, from the mouth source, don't take offense on this, but just to understand what were some of the difficulties that you got, and you can introduce yourself and tell us more or less about your contributors, your contributions, and yeah, and we can go from there.
Thank you. My name is Areg. I very recently started contributing to some easy hacks on Collabora through GitHub. My dad works here, and he's kind of the one that introduced me to Collabora and how it's open source and you can contribute to it. And there's easy hacks, so it's relatively easy to get into it, and the community helps. And I decided to start, and just like he said, I decided to go into an issue and try to see what I can do to help. And the community, Darshan was very quick to reply. He assigned Pedro and Banobe to review some of the changes and to give me feedback. And it was very quick, and it was very easy to basically get into it. And it was not anything to be stressed about. It's very, very helpful to have a community.
Awesome. Good to hear.
Be here, yes.
That's awesome. Okay, but I want to hear about the bad things.
The bad things.
So what was the difficulties, or where did you encounter some kind of blockage, or where do you see that is a bit hard?
I think just because the code base is so big,
Yes.
unless you're used to working in something open source in a big project like this that's been going on for many years, and unless you're used to that, it will take at least 1 or 2 days to just understand how every piece of the puzzle basically fits together and creates this product. It took me 2 or 3 days to understand everything, even if it was a easy hack. It did take me a while, and I'd say that was
okay, but it's very good.
hard.
Yeah, it's quite normal even to take sometimes 1 week. Yeah, it's
Yes.
so it's really good to hear. Yeah, I'm glad. Okay, so I can go now. Let's go through Elliot, if we can. What do you think we can do better for the new contributors?
I think definitely more easy hacks or some sort of varieties of that. Because, yeah, as you said, easy hacks are the best way to get started. I mean, it's very daunting to go from such small code bases to Collabora or these productions. So the easy hacks is a great introduction, and then it becomes less scary. And when it becomes less scary, you want to tackle harder issues or dive deeper into the LibreOffice Collabora code.
Yes. Okay, makes sense. Skylar?
Yeah, easy hacks are a great way to get people introduced to Collabora Online. Also, you know, providing good mentorship on those easy hacks each easy hack comes with, you know, like someone who kind of knows the area well and is able to maybe mentor you in your, you know, development of a fix to that easy hack. So I guess, you know, being responsive there and being able to help new contributors at their level is really useful to get new people involved.
Yes,
one of the things that easy hacks can help with also is when you're creating an easy hack, we have code pointers, and that's really something good that in case someone is new, they can start with, and they're not going to go through the whole code base trying to look for the code pointer. So the good thing is we had a code pointer on easy hacks, and also we also assign a mentor, and that person can reach out there. Yes.
Yeah. So even if it sounds or seems very easy, we should still have some kind of code pointer because at least it seems less scary.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, that's a good tip. Darshan?
Yeah, I mean, easy hack is the point, but I also want to add, if anyone wants to get involved, there is no only the technical part. There are other ways as well.
Exactly.
For an example, we have the translations, and that's also a very good point for the contribution to the Collabora Online because it's not limited to one language.
Yes.
We have more than 89 languages supported. Also other
89,
ways, yeah, 89,
that's a lot, yeah.
And also other ways like you can add a bug report on the GitHub with the feedback like this. I am thinking this is the best way. This looks like this looks more beautiful compared to what we have in the current version. So that's not only related to the technical people who can code only, but also the persons who are contributing using the translations or on the forum side if they are answering the other people with the configuration things.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. Okay, so maybe you can pass back to Banobe. And what about the feedback dialogue?
The feedback dialogue?
Yes, tell me all about that.
So, as we're using the Collabora Online, the different applications we have a feedback dialogue, and with that, we also have different categories now so far, because now, since in case you want to give any feedback, or maybe you're not using our GitHub to find any issue, you can use the feedback dialogue, and also you can mention the different category it falls in. Maybe it is user experience, or there's a new feature you'd like to be added. So we created that, and when you fill that dialogue, you send, and those issues can be brought up by Anna or to the team. Yes.
Yes, love it. I think we are running out of time a bit, but I think it was good. I think we just talked a bit about how people can contribute in many different ways. The start point is always this one for people that are watching us remotely, since we are streaming. And I would like to talk about at least the top contributors, yeah? So we have here Andreas Keynes on the UI. We have Samuel, we have Gabriel Massey is also here, by the way. Yes, we have Gleb, Rissam Takin again on the UI, Genofire with very good reports and configuration, sometimes even configuration discoveries that we need to tackle and fix. So that's very good. Julius as well in the various integration bits. Adita, Michael Stahl also here, Patrick Luby with various iOS things, Balazs, Chase, and there is also these reporting users that are very good. Not only they report once, they come back, they retest it, we fix it, they test it again, they add the steps, so it's very good. I think especially our QA team appreciates that. So Julius, Sebastian, Neil, Cosmin, Ankush, Ferdinand, Robert, Alex, Jor, I'm not sure how to pronounce, Freeman and Damiano. But this is just the tip of the iceberg, because as you could see by the charts of Darshan, there are many, and it's growing every day. And it not only in the code base, which is what it is relates to, but also when it comes to translators, and it's really, really good. It's nice to see in the Weblate the percentage growing every week in various languages, with 89 languages supported. It's very good. Yeah, two more than last year. So that was it, folks. There are here some nice numbers with 176 code-based contributors. You can see the myriad of forum posts, translations, you name it, yeah? So hopefully that was insightful. I definitely loved it to hear from all these friendly people. And once again, thank you all to support, or in one way, either by contributing or by being our partners, because we take your feedback serious. And then, as you could see, even you were mentioning DT time trainings, we then use that as part of the product. So thank you very much. And next up is Italo.
Yeah, sure. Hello, everyone. Yes. For the people that do not know me, I am one of the founders of the LibreOffice project and doing marketing for LibreOffice since 2010, and previously doing some marketing for OpenOffice before 2010. Actually, I've changed my presentation yesterday at 11 p.m., but I should have changed it another time, because there was a mistake on one of Michael's slides. You showed GAFAMs, but they actually changed their names. So today they're not anymore GAFAMs, but they're ARMS. And you know that in Italy, but in many countries, when a boy doesn't eat something, you put the food on a spoon and you do which means that these companies do want to eat this software world, and it's actually the truth. And one of the tools that we have to avoid this is exactly the open document format. Still a standard after 20 years, it was a challenge, because it was not a challenge when it was started, because it started as the first standard. It was a challenge since when Microsoft introduced their, let's call pseudo standard, but the reality is that it's a false standard. Because the power that Microsoft put behind Office OpenXML is so big in comparison that with the power that we could put behind ODF, which is amazing that after 20 years the format is still making progress, although probably slow in a slower way than expected, but is making progress. And I think we have some contributors in this room, Michael Stahl for sure. I'm not a technical person, but I know the name of the people that are contributing. Many LibreOffice developers contributing directly or indirectly to the format. Michael is in the technical committee with other people. So I think we should thank all these people for the work that they've done over the last 20 years. It's been very important. And remember, open document format is the true document standard. I perfectly know, and I use LibreOffice on a Linux machine, but for my daily life, I exchange a lot of documents with people that are using Microsoft Office. And of course, thanks to the work of these people and thanks to the work of developer, I can save in a proprietary format and open the proprietary format without having issues. I'm a marketer, so I create a lot of documents, and over the last 15 years, but probably more than 15 years, I never had a real issue with the people I was exchanging the document with. I take care about fonts, of course, so I try to avoid fonts that are not easily readable by people with using Windows machines. So the story started in 2005 when LibreOffice was declared as an OASIS standard. At that time, the number of data, the amount of data that we were creating was not even comparable with the amount of data that we are using and creating today. So these are IDC data. IDC says that in 2025, we will generate an estimated 175 zettabyte of data, which is, I think, is a number that even mathematicians have an issue in figuring out. And the worrying factor is that over 90% of these 175 zettabyte of data will be stored on servers which are owned by American companies. And nothing against American companies, but of course, especially with today's, let's call them fluctuating politic approach, having those data on a server that is not controlled by someone independent worries a little bit myself. My data are not there, but the issue, the big issue is that the majority of people has proprietary data stored on proprietary servers. So we should educate people to understand that they have a way out of being conditioned by large companies, big tech. When I try to explain to some people that controlling the format means that they control the content, the majority of people that has not technical background has real issues in understanding this. So we have to be smart in finding ways of explaining this. In some cases, by shocking a little bit. I will show you in 2 slides the screenshot of Microsoft Word that I usually show to people, because the problem is that if you don't own the decoder, and if the decoder is open source, of course, if you're not technical, I'm not technical, so I will never be able to own the decoder. But I trust on the open source developer that own the decoder. And the fact is that if it's open source, it's public. The code is somewhere, can be accessed, can be checked and modified. So this is important. Of course, not a single user owns the decoder, but the community, because the developers are within the community owns the decoder. So this is the screenshot of Microsoft 365 that I show. And people look at me and say, what? That this is exactly what happens. So this is the Xerxes inscription. It's in Turkey, near the Van fortress. It's in 3 different languages. And it's Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian. Tell me which one is which. The 3 have been inscribed by the same person using the same alphabet, although the words were probably different. With the death of that guy, we have completely lost the interpretation. It took years to understand what was there. This is what can happen if you are using a proprietary decoder. If the owner of the decoder drops the decoder, that document will be lost forever. So I make another, I'm not always serious as a person, so I make another comparison for Office OpenXML. You probably have heard about Plato's definition of a man. Plato said a man is an animal with 2 legs and no feathers, which is a little bit hard, but it's the reality. So there was Diogenes the Cynic, who was, let's call it a colleague of Plato, that said, that is Plato's man, because he is an animal without feather and 2 legs. And so I say that Microsoft Office OpenXML is to an open standard format as Diogenes the Cynic's chicken is to Plato's man. This shocks people, but in some cases is effective. People will start having question marks in their head. This is the process that we have to use, and only by working together, technical people and non-technical people, define the standard, work on the standard. Non-technical people try to describe the standard, which is a different thing. So describing the standard is important because a description of the standard is what will hit the brain of the user. And if we manage to have more users with a question mark associated to document format, then we will have a chance of having ODF more and more used. We don't want to replace Office OpenXML. We just want to help people to give them real control and therefore digital sovereignty over the contents that they have created. They are sure that the contents are theirs. We should just try to explain them that we seriously doubt that the contents are theirs as long as they are using a proprietary format. Thank you for listening, and I go to the next slide, I think. It's back at 11, which is probably means that there is a tea, coffee, whatever break in there. I stole Richard the job, but Richard, you will have a decrease of £1 less on your next salary, okay.
Thank you very much, Itali. Back at 11. Just to say, so the partner track will be starting at 11, so that will be in the next door room. So if you think you're a partner, go over there. But there we go. Itali's done it all.
Hello, hello, hello. Perfect, let's get started. But before we get started, just in case, if anyone of you wonders how much time I'm going to speak, you can always scan here to see the schedule. So let's get started with my topic. As you can see, it's about copying something and pasting something. And I'm assuming all of you do this, where you press Control C multiple times, not having enough faith in engineers like us, and then pasting it once, knowing that it works in the first time. So copying also works in the first time. Please press it once only. So what is it about? So recently, we have heard many people talk, especially from marketing, that they want to copy slides because they will be reusing it on multiple places. So to make them more efficient, we enabled it. So now you can copy and paste your slide from one document to another document in another tab, or even in another browser. So we heard your complaints, and Collabora is here to save you like Superman. Yes. So now Collabora, with the help of Collabora, you can fly with more efficiency. And just in case, if you are not a technical person now, that's the feature. You can copy slide from one document to another. Now, the more technical part of how we do it. So simple thing is, first, user triggers it. And hopefully, we only copy when user triggers it. We want user to press Control C after selecting a slide to copy it. And hopefully, they press it only once. And then we issue this copy slide command. Why do we need a separate copy slide command when also the copy exists? Because whenever we are selecting some object or anything in the server side, in the actual LibreOffice kit, the context and the focus is always on the document. We never change focus to the slide deck or anything else. So whenever a user press Control C, by default, it will be triggered on the document, even though user may have clicked on the slide. But on the kit side, it's always the document. So by default, it will copy the element which is selected on the slide. But so to differentiate, we use this new command called copy slide. We could make it work even without this copy slide command, but then in that case, we'll have to change the focus to slide deck and all the different stuff, which would require more work and more testing and more time consuming and even harder to maintain. So this was easy and the cleanest way to do it. So once the issue is copied, we send it to the LibreOffice kit, and in the kit, there are multiple things happening. First of all, we make this slide, whatever you can select multiple slide, and we create a transferable object. So this transferable object is nothing, but we create a temporary new document in the memory, just containing the slide which you selected and copied, and we keep it in the memory to use it later on. Basically this document which is in the memory is treated as clipboard content which we'll be using later on. So now when you paste, again we go to this particular memory block which has this particular file. So LibreOffice already had a way to insert slides from another document. It's not related to the copy paste, but there is already a feature where you could go inside the insert menu, and there is a way to insert slide from another document. So we again reuse this APIs, and using this API we can again insert the slide from this temporary file to insert into the new document. And that's it. In the simple terms, that's all we do. And all credit goes to Kellen, and I worked on this thing, and some of its work was inspired by Miklos's previous work, which enabled us to copy objects from one document to another document. And for the reference, these are the patches which enabled us to use this feature. And also, as Michael already mentioned, the podcast had this topic, and it also helped me, so you should check it out. And thank you. That's it.
So hello everyone, I am Vivek. Today we'll be exploring something new and something drastically improved, which is a WebGL presentation in your browser. So let's see that. So previously, what was the issue is when you click the slideshow button or presentation in window, what happened is you have to, like, we have to download entire slides into one big massive SVG, and sure, it's interactive, but it's not at all good for startup time, because if you have like multiple slides with few videos, few images, you can probably brew your coffee while you are waiting for your presentation. So there is a lot of image, then your startup time is like bit longer. And what about the fonts? Like if your user browser doesn't support that font, then maybe your beautiful slides look typographic nightmare. So there is no, what you see is what you get. So we know these issues, and we come up with some of the solutions, which is like all modern browser have all modern devices have a decent computation power. So what we can do is we can offload some of the work on a client side. Also, we can do we can do split the slideshow into multiple pieces or multiple slides, and we can fetch only those data, and also we can cache that so that we can reuse multiple times. And also since we are fetching from the server side, so all your fonts also visible on a client side, whatever you have said. So it's actually what you see is what you get. And even the modern browsers are supported, even your fonts also supported the WebGL, so you can enjoy the 3D transition and fewer animation as well. So this is a demo of how the 3D transitions work. Although Richard is already shown you, but you can enjoy this one. So this is how the 3D transitions look like as of now in Impress, and baby asking one more transition. So this is one more, and we also introduce the animations and videos. Like that's already there, but we have improved in our new WebGL canvas. So you can see now you are able to see the new shiny some of the animations as well. So you can see in the video. Now how does it work? So what we do is we split the layers into multiple, we split the slides into multiple layers. So layers like header, text, page number field, or image or videos. Then what we do, initially we send the slideshow description to the client side, and client decide which slide we need to render. So they can they can request individual object, and we can cache also that, so that it's improve the performance as well. Now, how does it work on our animation engine? Because we introduced the new engine, which was like based on an event. We process the event and trigger the composition of a frame. There is no need to install it or you can download it. Like there is no need to download the JS from the slideshow when you are running the slideshow. It's all in our cool app. And also events get like a queue like the mentioned in the picture that it's a queue event for the server, and you can also go back and if you need, you can run the previous slide as well. There is one more important feature which I really like is introduced is a presentation console. Presentation console is actually help you to see the next slide you will see here. So it will help you to track your notes as well, and also it's allow you to see how much time is gone, and also main presentation looks like this, but you can see the other screen as well. So that's all. Thank you.
So Vivek has already illustrated the goals of the new implemented solution. I want just to add that now we also support the ability to display a watermark on each slide, improving the prevention of unauthorized copies. Now let's look at what happens from the moment the user requests a slide to when the slide is displayed on the screen. First, the client requests some information to the core, and this information are both about the entire presentation and individually slides. The core takes care of collecting this information and send to the client in JSON format. When the client receives this information, several tasks are performed and implemented in the on-slide-show info method. Two canvases are created and initialized. An off-screen canvas, which is used for composing the various images that make up the slide, and a stage canvas where the slide is displayed and where dynamic content such as animations, transitions, and videos are played. The MetaSlide class is responsible for both parsing the information related to an animation included in a slide, and to create the tree of the entire animated sequence. Finally, the client requests the slide content to the core. The message sent to the core for requesting the slide has the following parameters: the unique ID of the slide, the size of the slide, so that the size of the slide that should be fit on the screen, and additionally, it's possible to specify whether the core should render the background and the object belonging to the master page. If these elements were already received during the request for a previous slide, the client is able to reuse them without the need to ask to request them again. The response sent to the client from the core is made by a collection of layers, and each of these layer, layer message is made up by a bitmap and JSON data related to that layer. Here you can see, I hope it's enough big to be visible, this a sequence diagram that illustrate what I already, the interactions between the client, the WSD server, and the core. The client requests a slide, in turn to the server. In turn, the server asks the core to create a slideshow layer renderer instance, which analyzes the slide content in order to determine how to partition the slide into layers. Then the core notifies the server that it can start requesting layer, and this request is performed through the render next layer method. The core's response, as already told, consists of a bitmap and JSON data. Then the server compresses the bitmaps of each layer and forward them along with the JSON data to the client. Online handles both client-side caching of incoming layer content and render it on the top of screen canvas. Once a layer has been forwarded, the server notifies the client that the slider request is complete. So here you can see the rules that are used by the slideshow layer renderer class in order to subdivide a slide into layers. Layers are rendered in a proper bottom to top order. An animated object is rendered in a separate layer so that later it can be modified by the client for performing the animation. On the contrary, static objects are grouped on the same layer until an animated object is met. That's done in order to preserve the correct object zeta order. Here you can see the JSON data attached to a layer. Each layer can belong to one of four groups: background, master page, raw page, text field, and for each of this group there is on the client a specific handler that takes care to parsing the layer message and to render the layer content on the top of the screen canvas. The layer content type can be one of these four: image info, place order info, text field info, and animated shape info. For instance, that's the last one provides both the animated object in the form of a compressed image and some geometric and color properties that are used later for performing the animation. So after seeing how the core subdivide a slide into layers, let's look at what happens once the client has received and composed all the layers on the top of the screen canvas. The slideshow handler class is responsible for carrying out the next steps. That includes creating and executing a slide transition if needed, and to display the slide on the stage canvas. Moreover, at this point, any video present in the slide is created and started. Finally, prefetching is performed by requesting the next slide to the core. And now let's see how dynamic content such as animations and videos are rendered. The render method of the slide render GL class is responsible for rendering the texture where the slide has been loaded. If any animation or video is playing, this method uses the request animation frame for performing a new recursive call to itself. Each call to get the next texture triggers a new composition of the slide, during which any layer that contains an animated object or a video is updated. For instance, draw videos will render the next frame of each playing videos, and on the top of the screen canvas where the slide is being composed again. As for animation involving shape or paragraphs, the animated element class is responsible for rendering the next frame of the animation. This class manages both the animatable properties of an object, such as position, size, and color, and modifies the original object contained in a layer according to the current values of these properties, which are updated by the animation engine. In this schematic overview, you can see the interaction I just described. From one side, the animation engine uses the animated element instance for updating the animatable properties of the object. On the other side, the slide render GL class uses the same animated element instance for rendering the object according to the updated properties. I want to illustrate how the animation engine works because it will take too much time. I just provide some basic information. This engine is the same available on the desktop application. It has been ported to C++ JavaScript in 2012 as a Google Summer of Code project. It's about 15,000 lines of codes. And for the new slideshow solution, has been ported from JavaScript to TypeScript and modularized. So what's next? Beyond despite the large amount of work already done, we still need to improve performance and to provide the ability to have a video on any layer, not only on the top of all others. Finally, we also to implement caching at the server level so that a layer can be reused also in other views. And finally, I would to thank the other people that work on this project, Tomasz, Vivek, and Shimon. That's all, thanks.
Hi. Yeah, so I'll be talking a bit about some issues with interoperability with the OXML standard. So the main problem, both the OXML formats, so PPTX files, and Impress have the concept of slide layouts, and slide masters, which is a good start, but how these elements relate to each other and exactly what function they have is different in the two standards, so this leads to some interoperability issues. On Impress side, an Impress slide is based on a master slide. This master can have a layout, and then each individual slide can have its own layout, which would override the one in the master in case you want to. So we have within slides and slide masters a relation of many to one, where many slides can have the same master. On the OXML side, each slide is based on a layout slide, and each layout slide is based on a master slide. So we have two many-to-one relations. So many slides will come from a layout slide, and many layout slides will come from a single master slide. So the first solution to this problem is on import. We have to duplicate the master slides to change this to many-to-one relationship to a single many-to-one relationship. So when imported, we make as many copies as needed of each master slide, so that each master slide can have its associated layout slide, and so we create all the possible pairs master layout that needs to be used. This obviously have the problem of creating bloat in the file, since we're unnecessarily duplicating masters. Right problems here. This has the problem of creating bloat, and also we have some interpretive powers where other software will, when reading a PPTX, will be happy with reading unused layout slides, but will complain with having many master slides. So we can see a user that creates a presentation, everything fails, opens with cool, has a minimal modification, opens in again in another program, and now it says there are many unused master slides. Are you sure this is correct? And this is a bad experience that we're trying to solve. So we need an export deduplication, when we need to try to remap again the one many-to-one relationship to the two many-to-one relationship steps in OXML. So we have to recognize when two master slides are the same except on the layout they are based. And on the save tape, then we only save one time and we assign the two layout relationships. If done properly, this preserves the file on route tip. So you open, you do a modification that doesn't change masters of slides, and you save again, and you will have the minimum masters required. Even if you change something about layouts of masters, since we check all the masters on export, we can check again which are the same but duplicated, and which is a new one that you've modified, so it needs to be a new one. And in this way, we also keep the file size as small as possible and never save masters that other applications may recognize as not being used. So, thank you.
Hello. Hi again. It's Darshan. So let's start with the presenter console. We already had some gist about the presenter console in Vivek and Richard's presentation, but I will walk you through what are the changes on the design side we did last year. So first of all, why we need a presenter console. So if I am presenting something and I forgot some points, I need a note. If I want to track my time, I need a stopwatch. There are multiple issues, like multiple things I need, but there is this feature where all things can be solved. As you can see in presenter console, we have a current slide preview, the next slide preview, and some note for the current slide previews over here. So this is the current slide preview and next slide preview. It will help to navigating to the next slide. What are your thoughts to be for the next slide? So it will not be your presentation will not go like there is no connection between your current point and on your next point. So it will help the users to stay to stay on their thoughts, looking at the next slide as well. So yeah, and here we have added a button. It works as a stopwatch. You can pause your time. You can replay or restart your timings. You can see what is the current time. It will show what's the current time zone based on your current location. And yeah, there is this slides. You can go previous and go to the next slide inside the presenter console. So you don't need to change using any without using the main presentation window, which only shows to the audience. Also there is the slide counter, which will help you to track down your number of slide, which slide you are currently on. So it will help to also manage how much pace you need to go. And yeah, there is this slide sorter, which will show you the gist of how many slides and go back and forth from like jumping from first slide to sixth slide or the last slide. It will kindly look like this. This is your slide sorter view inside the presenter console. So there is this orange highlighted section which will help you to see which slide currently is being displayed on the screen, and you can move back and forth using your mouse. Next thing is we also include the part for the accessibility thing as well. So we have this notes section. Yeah. So we have this note section over here. So many people you can adjust your font size. There are some issues like you cannot see a very small font. So it's based on users' experience. They can zoom in or zoom out only the note section, and they will not disrupt your current and next slide preview on the slide sorter. I just did the designing part on the front end side, but many thanks to Pedro, Shimon, Henry and Marco for slide rendering part, how it comes from code to online. So thanks a lot. This is all for the presenter console. Thank you.
So, hi everyone. Besides cool stuff to have the presentation in the browser now too, which is really a good thing. We also still need it for the big fat old office. So I want to talk about just in brief, where do we come from? Very, very long time ago. Where are we? Where do we want to be, and how to get there? And where do we come from? So very long ago, because I know that because I'm involved in that stuff for a very long time. In the very early days, it was just switching of two windows to create some double buffered. It was just a VCL drawing layer stuff window. Nothing fancy, nothing with own graphic stuff or whatever. It was limited. It was just homemade, hand and homemade animation stuff, not supporting any standard at that time. And it was growing over time, so hard to maintain code. It was not very fast, and it did not really have tight working correct timer control. So where are we now? Slideshow was newly set up because it was just necessary. Oh, what's that? And by the way, Thorsten did that a long time ago when we were at Sun at that time, using Uno API, new and shiny at that time, isolated module. Microsoft transitions with SCML, already mentioned language, using that. and own UNO API. So needed parts were implemented in Direct Draw and Cairo. So this UNO API for fast rendering of various systems is a big and vast UNO API block. Unfortunately, it's just the needed parts implemented in the target systems, as we could use that more. But since it's not complete, we will see what we do with that in the long term. So slideshow KFETs for graphics information transfer, it uses meta files. That's just because at that time it was done, it was only available, so primitives were developed in parallel. I did that at that time. Not yet available, unfortunately, so Thorsten had to use meta file. Due to usage of graphic API, necessary and difficult to support, as I already said, cannot really reused. So KFETs number 2, direct text animations, not very well known. I don't know, who knows about that you can in Draw Impress and everywhere else, if you have text in a Draw object, that you can animate it. It's a little bit hidden nowadays. And of course, this has to work in the presentation. And you can make text blink and text scroll. And this are some of these old things which were in the old course, which I mentioned at the very beginning. But it's still there, and people are using it. So you cannot let it die, unfortunately. So it's very hard to get information for this over UNO API. It was a little bit overseen when that was done. So to transfer some of the data, not all of it, some of the data, it uses hex and metafile. So comments, everyone should know comments in metafile, where you can just transport binary data as ever you want. It's crazy stuff, but everyone uses it. So where do we want to be and why? Of course, we should use primitives to transport graphical information. It's just higher quality, higher flexibility, completeness, self-contained, independent from the previous core stuff. So use primitives to render. Why? Because with the upcoming SCPRs, which we have Cairo SCPR now, we can just reuse that and use a single renderer for everywhere, even in the presentation. So for text animation, all informations are already in the primitives anyway, because it has to be painted on the draw view. So if you use that old stuff with text animation, it is shown on the edit view while you are working. If the object is not activated and you are not editing the text, it's scrolling all the time while you are working on your slide. So also we need to get away from limitations from using meta files, because it's like we painted ourselves in a corner, and with meta files we are really at the end of the branch of the tree with what we can do. All that integer stuff, limited information. So how to get there? So text animation, this old big chunk of a problem. I try to get rid of metafile hex to transport data, instead the primitive data. So one possibility which I used to check that out was to create an in-between primitive, which you can do all the time, which has the necessary data and decomposes to what the original one decomposed before. And in this helper primitive, you have all the data which you need in the slideshow, and you can just use it. Did that experimentally during our Hack Week in Hamburg, and I could get rid of the graphic exporter hex, but I cannot put it in master because it's not complete, because the former methods using wrong data. It's absolutely crazy, because, for example, the preparation of the blink bound recs was calling the same methods in the old code like the text scroll bound recs, so the blink object does not even have the correct bound words. So no way to get through with that. So need to find another way. So using primitives is on the other side independent of this text problem to get rid of using that meta file. I did that successfully in a prototype. You can see below there's a Garrett prototype. And with a primitive processor, a primitive renderer, for example, is just also a primitive processor. You can just extract what you need from the primitives you got. And it's all done inside slideshow. And for slide background, it's even complete already and working completely. So at the beginning, the slideshow is getting the background and doing it once and reusing all the time. For the animation data and this text mayhem, the animation is already in the primitives anyways because it's working on drawing layer all the time. We have the choice to somehow fix it in the existing slideshow, but I would prepare to just support the animation feature of the primitives directly in the existing slideshows, and it would all work automatically, would look the same everywhere, and we could even think about using that animation feature to do the SCR object animations in the slideshow in general, which is also not done currently. Render using SCPRs, get rid of special impulse using graphical UNO API. I also already mentioned that. So we can reuse existing renderers in the future. So we would need SCPR for all systems, which we are not yet. So we have Cairo, we have a direct 2D prototype. Skia may be doable also, so it would be usable on many systems at once. We will see. So that would get rid of multiple rendering implementations, which can just lead to different looking stuff and problems and more stuff you have to maintain. So every line of code you don't have, you don't need to maintain. Use stable tested, used SCPRs everywhere, and we have graphic information in form of primitives anyway, so why not just use them? So that's a brief overview what has to be done in the old slideshow to make it work, and this may also have benefits for creating data for the web stuff you have just seen. We have to think about how to merge and put this together and maybe trigger some synergy effects. I'm sure we can do that. So that's it in brief. It's work in progress. You will also hear there's some what was it, GSOC student who will try to continue that, and I'm not sure how much time I will be able to spend at that, but we are really, really suffering now a long time of this standing still and painting us ourselves in the corner of the current slideshow. So, okay, that's a brief overview. Quaylen.
Ahead of schedule, which is unusual. But luckily enough, I prepared 20-something slides to make sure that we have enough content to delay things for that. So, let's see how this works. Which laptop is this? So this is leveling up security, rootless containers, hidden signatures, and process improvements. There'll be more time on some of these than others. So just briefly, covered it last year, so I won't really cover it again, but just to have it on the slides to refer to later on. This is the terminology for the security stuff we use, the CVEs, CNAs, CWEs, CVSSS, and so forth. And that the general idea is that we have Collabora Online security process, and we have a LibreOffice security process, and that they are managed a little bit differently because we host Collabora Online on GitHub, and we just use their process, the GitHub provided security process, and then the LibreOffice process preceded all that and is not hosted on GitHub. So LibreOffice is itself able to issue CVs directly, and it is a CV numbering authority, whereas Collabora Online then does it through GitHub. So that when we issue specific Collabora Online security things, we do it on the GitHub pages, and we do LibreOffice ones, we do it on the LibreOffice pages, and the numbers come from different places. But the actual people involved in both processes are the same people, and we have a common reporting location, so anything to do with either Collabora Online or LibreOffice or related things, anything derived from the original Star Office, they all go to the one mailing list, and it's the same people that deal with all of them. The general policy is that we release the information about something that we fixed 30 days up, sometime before 30 days after the issue itself has been fixed. People are generally credited, and that's generally the only thing that they get from us, from LibreOffice or Collabora Online, is just the crediting for having discovered something. So there isn't a general policy of paying people or paying for information like that. That common process is deciding between the various affected groups what the date will be, and is it actually in Collabora Online, is it actually in that common core, is it in another module, let's say like a third-party graphical filter, libtiff or something like that, and find out where does it belong. Either coordinate amongst ourselves what to do with it, or find somebody else to deal with it and reach out to affected projects and get it all done. So that's the security process itself. The improvements over the last year to some of the numbers that we have are the usual one where we do the Coverity numbers, and this is our Coverity graph over the last couple of years. Each time you see a big spike, it tends to be because a new version of Coverity was released and it finds a whole new thing, so the spike goes up, you deal with the new set of newly detected type of things, and then you get back down to your target of about 0. You never quite get to 0, but you tend to bump along near it for core. So that's the LibreOffice one itself, defect density over time, and then this is the Collabora Online specific one, which is following a similar pattern of stable spike for a new release and then decrease back down again. There's less lines of code in Collabora Online, so numbers like this are far more volatile, in that, like, getting 2 additional findings in Collabora Online gives you a much bigger spike than 2 additional findings in the core. Doesn't move the needle whatsoever. So that's just the last 12 months plus of changes in those numbers. We do a lot of file format fuzzing as well, especially in core side of things. There's fuzzers on the online side of things as well for the protocol. I think Miklos basically looks after that. On the core side, we're looking at about 53 file formats conversions, mostly import. We have additional export ones now as well. So if you export to PDF, we have a fuzzer for that output part of that cycle, and the same then for conversion to some of the Microsoft formats from our own format. So we're exploring not just importing documents, but also exploring what happens when we convert back outwards again. Are we finding crashes there and issues like that? So those are going quite well. There was a mention recently of the font embedding, so there's the most recent fuzzer is fuzzing that font code. So that's kind of your general security stuff. So the new security features, one of the little sublines on the heading here was the hidden signatures, and the hidden signatures is briefly explainable as the same kind of feature that exists in web servers, where you can just configure them not to announce what are the details of the web server, so that it's not trivial to just say, oh, this is web server version Y, we know there's a security flaw with that one, and we can just use that to attack. So if you have that kind of level of paranoia, the same feature is now available in CoolWSD that you can toggle on, not exposing your server signature, and it will do, like in the example here on the right hand side, it just doesn't return anything back for what type of software is serving out in this port. And other web servers follow a similar thing. The more significant thing is the whole rootless container thing. And the way it works for online is that each individual document you open up opens up in a different instance of basically LibreOffice, a different kit, and each one of them is isolated from the other one, and that they don't, from their perspective, they don't share the same file system, and that they all have their own subset of the file system that they're then limited to by chroot, which is great, and it gives you that kind of isolation between documents, so that a document, if compromised, can't expose any information from another document to the attacker, which is great. But to do that, you have to have certain privileges, and we traditionally do this by just having, you know, the set capabilities on these binaries, so that the binaries are known to require these extra powers, and then we drop them once we use them. But it is a concern that you have these binaries that are more privileged than in an ordinary one. It's not something you really want to do. You have to trust that the developers have written them correctly, and that they are dropping the privileges like we say we do. And it's really a common policy on all of these containerized environments that they would actually just have a simple policy saying that you can't have, everything has to be rootless, you can't have any of these special privileges required. So we want to run online in those Dockery, Podman, etc., container kind of environments without any difficulties, or as little difficulties as possible. And what those containers themselves use, they use Linux namespaces to implement containers. So the kind of namespaces that matter to us are just this mount namespace, and what it allows you to do is, without any particular privileges, it allows you to do things that you would normally need privilege to do. And in this particular case, it allows you to use this chroot that we can use to put our kits into their jail file systems. And then with the namespaces, you can do the kind of things that you could only normally do as administrator, but you're only limited to the resources that the original user would be able to use. So you can do things you would not, you can chroot, but you can only chroot into file systems you own. You can mount things, but you can only mount things that you can own. You can't change things the way the root has initially done. So if root has mounted something with a particular flag, you can't remount it to remove that flag. You can add additional lockdown if you want, but you can't take away anything that the higher level privileged user has applied. And it's also a one-way process. Once you enter into one of these namespaces, you're in the namespace. You can't do something as a kind of a fake root within your own world and then come back out again and retain those kind of root privileges in the upper level. So there's a little complexities to it all. It does then mean that you don't have to have capabilities on the binaries, which means that you can use namespaces as an unprivileged user, and you don't have to have any of these extra things, which is fine. Some of the other things that we use are these seccom things that say that once you have, we limited the amount of syscalls that can be used by our child processes. So these are the kind of things that containers do, and that means that the Collabora Online itself is using container-like technology. So you've got the same kind of container-like technology in Collabora Online as the kind of environment that you want Collabora Online to run inside of. So you've got containers inside of containers. Nothing is ever easy with any of these things. The problem isn't so much with the containers or the Linux namespaces, it's with all the additional layers that have been put around it by all of the other distributions or by the containery dockering environments that you live in. So if you're looking at a bare operating system, namespaces work perfectly fine under any of the RHEL-based ones. But then if you're looking at some of the Ubuntu-based ones, they have put additional AppArmor restrictions on things. At the level of installing the packages and expecting this to work on Ubuntu, it works fine because we can ship a profile that says, yes, we know we're using namespaces and it comes in the packages. But then if you're running Collabora Online inside Docker, or one of the Docker-based ones like LXC, which then says you can't use certain syscalls, then your profile from your package level doesn't help you deal with that. You now need another profile at that container level that says, yes, I do want Collabora Online to be able to use namespaces inside the container, and we have some documentation that exists now for how you can do that. But out of the box, you'll get a good experience on Podman, on any of the RHEL-like ones, and there is no complexities. you'll get a good experience out of the box on any of the operating system level. And then depending on what you're doing, putting Collabora Online inside a container may require whitelisting, the ability for it to use namespaces within namespaces so that you get the best experience. It's not just that you get a kind of a more simpler security issue, there's also a performance improvement by being able to do your mounts via namespaces instead of helper applications. So that's where your layout is. Yes, so basically it all works. It may need a bit of customization when you actually are deploying on the inside containers, but it can be done, and there's documentation available on the SDK on Collabora Online. Okay, thank you. Okay, that looks like a question. Quick.
Quick question. So, like this hiding the server signature, what is the use case? Like, how can it be misused? Like, why people would need to hide that actually?
Well, it's not on by default. Some people do want to hide it, and I suppose the concern is just that if they were using a version of Collabora Online that maybe was a little bit behind the current one, and they knew that they were doing that, and they just wanted a little breathing space before they could deploy the next one. Maybe if they didn't announce the fact that they had like an out-of-date version, it might just give them, I don't know the full reasons why they do, but not giving away information you don't have to give away is probably just a good policy, and it's just, again, like policies in general, it's easier to have simple ones than get nuanced.
Hello, I am Attila, and I will speak about extract and transform application interface. So first, what it is and why it's useful. We can set or get data from a document without actually opening the document. For example, for the extract, if we have a lot of documents in one of our directory and we want to search for documents with, which are related to C++, for example, then if it's not written in the file name, then we have to manually open all the documents and check what are they. But with these extracts, we can write a script that can extract, for example, the keywords properties of the documents, and we can even implement a script to filter these keywords to make a list like which file contains which keywords, and we can search with it. We can implement a script that can use the extract to search for the C++ related documents, and we can run it in a few seconds, no need to open all documents. For the transform, an example could be if we have a company where the employees can request holidays for in a form. They have to write my name is something and I want to go to holiday date, and if these forms are downloadable from a company server, then the company server could also fill the name of the employee, so the employee should not need to write his name on it. So we could write a script to the server that if the employee download this file, then write his name into the document, and we save a bit of work to the employee. And we can use both the extract and the transform at the same time. For example, in this example, the company could even make a script to extract all the data if all the people's holiday request is on the server, then we can get all this data and make statistics about and write these statistics into another document chart showing that the employee 1 requested 10 days, employee 2 requested 3 days, and see it as a beautiful chart. And there are many other cases you can imagine how we can use this. And here I wrote two examples how we can call the extract and the transform. It's very similar to the convert to API. The difference is the parameters and the result. For example, in the extract, it will result in a JSON structured text. And in the transform, it requires a parameter that's a JSON structured text too, but it has to contain the commands of how to transform the document. And well, just a side note that the transform can be used to convert the document also, but it may not know all the features what the convert to know. And what we are able to do with it now at Writer, we can manipulate content controls. These controls are like checkbox, date pickers, or edit box. In chart, we are able to manipulate chart data or descriptions. We are able to manipulate document properties. I mean like the keywords or the contributors, authors, and such properties of a document. And in Impress, we are able to manipulate slides. We can insert, delete slides or reorder them, change layout or overwrite text. In one day, maybe it can be used by AI to generate our presentations. And about some examples, here is an example about document properties extract. In the left side, there is a document. Well, it's rather just a dialogue to show what properties the document have. In the right side, the output JSON text showing all the document properties and its values. Some of these values are not a simple value, but an array of values, like the contributors. It can have multiple contributors. And we can even have custom properties. We can even set those custom properties with transform. And here is an example of transform. In the right side, we see transform commands, JSON file. We list what properties to set to what value. And in the left side, we can see before and after how the document looks like. And these commands actually fill out an empty document with some properties. Another example of the content control transform. In the middle, there is the command transform. I mean the command list. How to transform the document. The left side is the original, and the right side is the result. You can change values. For example, in the date, we change the date and the content. This is a bit strange here, but it's because the date value is the actual date, and the content is what we are displaying. It may be different. We can display December or last month or 12 months, but those two are different. And one other side note is that if you change a text to nothing, to an empty string, then it will display the default placeholder text like choose an item or click here to enter text. And one more thing, that rich text are not fully supported. You can change its text, but you are not able to format the text. Here is an example of what charts extracted, what data are extracted from charts. You can you extract data values and descriptions, titles, and name of the chart. In the chart transform, you can select a chart, which chart you want to
transform, you can select it by index or like a title, subtitle, and several other ways. And once you selected a chart, you can list commands to execute on the chart. It's similar as you would normally edit the charts. So its order is very important. You can add or remove rows or columns. You can change values. You can resize its data matrix. You can even change descriptions. But it's really important, the order. I mean, if you insert a column, then once you insert a row after it, then you have to keep in mind that we have already one more column, so we have to give more value to the insert row. Well, if you don't give more value, it's not a problem. It will just not set that value. We can have multiple ways to use these commands. For example, the data command in the previous slide, it was used to set only one value, but you can use the same command with a whole matrix, and then it will overwrite every data on the matrix. Well, not every. If you can give not a totally whole matrix in this example. In the first row, I set only 3 value. It means only the first 3 value will be set. The other 3 will be not set. Then it will remain 0. And the same is true for descriptions. You can even set all the description at once, or the first 5, as many you wrote there. And you can manipulate slides the similar way. You can write a list of commands like jump to slide 2 and move the slide to position 3, and rename the slide, and similar commands you can execute here. You can even change layout or change which master slides it's made from, or you can even set text for objects on the slide. I try to show sign with lines which slides are affected by these commands. And one note about, I showed that curly bracket and square brackets I used sometimes confusing. In several places, both are accepted. Using the, I think it's better to use the square bracket usually, because the curly bracket can lead us into JSON invalid situation, because in the curly bracket means it's an object that can have members, but an object cannot have the same member twice. But in this situation, if we want to delete the second slide twice after each other, then it's a normal logical thing that we delete 2 slides with 2 commands, but it would be result in an invalid JSON. So it's better to use the squarely there's the squarely bracket, but in that case we have to write a bit more characters in the script. And I even implemented a way to format text in slide. It's a bit more complex, but you can select a text object, and once you selected the text object, you can list a commands what to do with that text. In that object, you can select actual text. You can say select the first paragraph, or you can say select characters from first paragraph, 6th character until to the 3rd paragraph, the 7th character. And then if it's selected, some commands are used on the selected text, like uno commands. We can run uno commands, like the uno bold will make bold the selected text, or if you use the insert text, then it will replace the actually selected text. I checked several UNO commands. It can generally execute UNO commands, but some of the UNO commands would be senseless in this situation. I wrote here some which are tested, it can be used, but the documentation have more information about it. And well, I mentioned documentation. I try to write exact information about what we can do and how can we use it. And you can check the unit tests for some example too. And I think that's all for me.
Hi, so I'm next with the beautiful scripting. So beautiful scripting in the context of this LibreOffice in the browser, running in the browser as a WebAssembly thing. I think by now most of you have probably heard about it, and Thorsten already gave the trailer this morning about it. So what we do there is we have the whole of, or most of LibreOffice, not the complete thing because it's too big, still in some cases, so we drop like the draw or the impress and just have writer and calc, or you can combine them in any way. Just make sure your WASM blob doesn't get too large. And that gets loaded into the browser, and then you theoretically afterwards you wouldn't need any internet connection anymore because it's all local. You can wrap that into some whatever browser page, HTML, outer code, scripting code around that you want, and then you can, in this example, we just have a writer canvas rendered by LibreOffice itself, and all the GUI around it, all the controls there are done with some JavaScript Vue in this case, in this example case thing. So you can, there's a spectrum of you can have the complete LibreOffice GUI used, or just use some smaller widget from LibreOffice and surround that with your own controls, or your own drive that with your own logic. And for that, of course, you need some scripting. So what do we have there? All of this LOVA WASM stuff is built with this mscripten tool chain that allows you to compile C++, which LibreOffice of course still is, down to some WASM blob. And that brings along some mbind mechanisms that allow you to bridge between JavaScript and C++, so that looked like an ideal fit. So what we want to do in the end is have all of the UNO API that is already available in LibreOffice, and that gives you a very rich and very fine-grained control of what you can do in the office. All of that we want to have available for the outer scripting layer that then controls what your LibreOffice code is actually doing, or what you want to do with that. For example, you want to have some data visualization in chart or calc and drive that from data that comes from the outside. So UNO API is a perfect fit there. This mbind thing is not the exactly perfect fit there. It has some shortcomings or drawbacks that lead to then JavaScript code. So it was the easiest way to get something working, and it turned out that the resulting JavaScript code doesn't look too nice. For example, JavaScript does allow you, so it cleans up your garbage after you. It nowadays does allow you to notify you when something got cleaned up, get a finalization notification, so that you can then tell the C++ side, I no longer need this C++ object that got bridged over, you can also delete it on the C++ side. But that's a relatively new thing in a JavaScript, that you can have these finalization notifications. So mscripten or mbind still insists that you always, when you get an object from the C++ side, use it, no longer need it on the JavaScript side, then call some method on it to go back to the C++ side to tell it I don't need it anymore. And that's, of course, not how you usually write your JavaScript code. Nevertheless, that's the basic technology that we have that's in there since sometime last year in the upstream LibreOffice. And but of course we can do better, way better. So what we thought about is just on top of this underlying mbind-based layer, which would be ugly to actually use, we have a much nicer Zeta.js layer. So the name is probably going to change over the course of the next days, as you just learned this morning. It's probably going to be a way cooler name, the cool.js thing, but the stuff in the box will remain the same, just a new name. It's layered on top of this not so nice stuff. And for example, it does require that your browser does support this object finalization, so that you don't need to have these, I no longer need this object, mechanic or explicit calls, but all of the browsers these days do anyway, so there's no problem with that. And all of the all of the UNO things, all of the UNO objects, all of the UNO data structures, no longer like with the underlying case, tap into C++ objects on the remote side, and it looks more like you're writing C++ code in JavaScript, but they are all mapped to real, true JavaScript objects, arrays, structs, whatever on the other side. And you don't need any of these. So if you know the UNO API and try to program it, for example, from C++ or from Java, then you know about these dreaded query interface functions where you have a UNO object with many different interfaces, and when you want to use an interface, another interface that you're not already have your fingers on, then you need to call this query interface to tell the code, I want this other interface, and that's very, very ugly as well. And long story short, what does it all look like? The resulting code is that much more cleaner, and if you maybe know the Python UNO binding, which has some of these similar niceties to make it more idiomatic Python code. In this case, it has some niceties to make it idiomatic JavaScript code. For example, at the top, we get hold of some object, of some document. It's a writer document, but we only know that from the file name, or even only from the content of the file. But then we get some model object that actually is a text model, but you wouldn't know that from the outside. So you would normally, if you wanted to get the actual text content out of it in the third line, you would have to do this query interface on this. You would need to know that there is some xtext interface. You would need to query interface on that. But here we already have all of that. That X model already implements all of the functions from all of the interfaces it supports. And if you would type this into a browser console to try it out, actually in a live way, then you would also have code completion, because this X model that you get already has all the function slots filled in. So if you write get t, then it would complete it to the get text thing. 2 lines further down, you see we're iterating over something. What goes on behind the scenes is that there is some, can't even remember the name, constant star x enumeration, whatever UNO interface that then has some method asking, is there another, still more elements I can get, yes or no? and then there's another method to get the next element, and then you need a query interface, because what you get out of that is a generic any. So you would have like 10 lines to get that the next paragraph, and that's just a idiomatic JavaScript for blah blah of whatever iteration thing there. And if you want to set some properties, then probably know this stuff has these any values where you have to explicitly tell it, I'm constructing an any that contains an integer or a short integer, a short integer, or a long integer, or a double or whatever, and you don't need to take care of any of this here, so you just give it some number, color, and then it decides for itself, this looks like it could be long integer probably, so I'll make it into that and pass it over as that. Yes, but if you want to be picky, then you can still be picky, which is maybe a bit of an academic thing, but anyway, here we are. We are no longer here. Too much academic silliness. We'll get there. There we are again. So the top thing there is, so the problem is you want to get some any, and this any, as I said, can be very picky about what it is. It can be a zero that is long or short or float or double or a string or whatever. So in this picky world, you tell it exactly this is an any that has a type and an accompanying value, and you always need to tell it what type it is. Very boring. The top red one is what you get with this underlying mscripton mbind layer that I showed at the start. So you get something that is just in reality just a pointer over to the C++ data structure, this C++ anything. You need to get the value out of it with an explicit .get method. And when you're done with it, you need to do this delete to tell the JavaScript side that it can tell the C++ side that we are done with this object. If you would then call another get on it afterwards, disaster would ensue. The green one is the nicer Zeta.js or cool.js binding around it. You just get something, some A, and it is actually a JavaScript number. You don't have to do any guesses there. You can just use it as you go. But if you do want to know, is it a short or a long zero or a float or a double, then you can pay extra. And we have a kind of a shadow object besides the actual object. This $precise thing gives you all of the methods of the original object in a different slightly different version, where all of the any's that you pass in or get out are wrapped in some JavaScript just type and value objects that you can then inspect to your liking, and you don't lose any of the information that you might or might not want to use anyway on these objects. And that's it. I stole my last slide, but anyway. There's a question.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm interested in what you said about the memory management stuff. I think you kind of mentioned that you would free stuff automatically when it was no longer used. I remember that in JavaScript there are some things with, like when you render stuff out, that you have to free manually still. What do you have any concerns about, like how long it might take for garbage collection to happen after you stop using a JavaScript object? And do you have any ways to like manually free stuff in Zeta.js as well if you're still like under load to stop memory from being used?
Yeah, okay. No, not really. So, yeah, if you would get under load, so this is a bit of a kind of a gamble on this will all work fine. So I was a bit surprised. I'm not coming from the JavaScript background at all. My idea about writing code for a browser is this is the wrong platform anyway for anything. That's my background and still kind of my belief. So I started out exploring into this JavaScript thing and thought, looks like it all works. So these runtimes underneath are pieces of sheer art and sheer genius how to make this all effective on using a language that has never been designed to be a real system layer language. And I was surprised at how well that all works and how really snappy that also all feels, because all these browser engines for JavaScript are apparently so well tuned by now that they're so snappy, even if you write crappy JavaScript code. So when doing this layer, I didn't explore into how to fine-tune that in case there is need for that. But we could add that, of course. So there's still the chance to get this way of manually freeing it back into it if there's a need for it. Yeah.
Okay, so it all just generally kind of works in practice. Okay, thanks.
Yep, thank you. Miklos.
In all the slides you mentioned JavaScript, but when we write code on the Collabora online side, we try to write all new code in TypeScript so that it's easier to deal with a growing code base. Is there anything on the mbind level or higher up somewhere to try to preserve all the type information of the underlying C++ code, which does have type information?
Yes and no. So there is the, or it would be possible to do this Zeta.js as a TypeScript thing. I did some experiments there, and oh, there we are again. So in theory, it would work. In practice, the question is it? So for some of the cases, it might be worth it, but for others, it might even be detrimental if you had too precise typing, because then you would need to go back to this C++ Java query interface route of having an X-text, an X-model that you get out of this load component, and then depending on what kind of file you're opening, you get an X-text, X-writer, or X-calc, or whatever object. And this, of course, can't be specified statically in TypeScript, so we would need to get back to this. You either get back an any there in the TypeScript world, and then you're just as clueless as with the plain JavaScript, or you have to then annotate your code again with, I get something out of this, and I know it's a text object, but I have to annotate that somehow in the code. So for now, it's just plain JavaScript with leveraging the full benefits, in this case, of the dynamic typing. But could work. Thanks. Thor.
Yes, on this slide, when you called that create enumeration, couldn't the next line, it in theory know that it wants an enumeration because it's inside such a construct, so that you could have 4 X paragraph of X text directly?
Yeah, then it would get a bit tricky, because so of course, yeah, what we could do is look at this X-text object, see if it has any methods that return an X enumeration, and if it has only one, then we suppose that we want to use that. Yes, we could do that.
You are free to use this idea.
Thank you. Anything else? Otherwise, I think, yeah.
Memory overhead.
As I said, I was surprised that I didn't notice any bloat. So I just bravely ran with it and see where it starts to break, and then we'll investigate further. But for now, it's just this layer that is what it is for now. And let's see how far it gets us.
So can we get, for example, a portion of text of a paragraph and its properties, like is it bold, is it italic, or something like that? I'm asking because, for example, in the future we may want to eliminate some of the set state callbacks from the core side and use that this information from AMP scripting to manipulate UI, online UI accordingly, maybe.
Yeah, that's all available in this rich API. So it gives you, in this example, we just changed the color of the complete paragraph, but you can also inquire on the properties that are given on each individual character, iterate through a paragraph's words and characters even, and go to extreme detail there with the API.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next question is what's for lunch, I guess.
We had two computers. Maybe that's why. Let me back at 11. Perfect. So it means that I can exit this. Is this? No, this block is done, right?
Yeah, you can remove this. That's fine. Now we want to check the next one.
In the afternoon?
Yes.
I don't know.
After the lunch.
I don't know what is it, my friend. This computer is not mine. So I don't know. I will check it. Let me try to find. No, it's still not downloaded. So let me check. Where is it? Block 3 is here. So where did I download? Okay, it's clear. What is it? Block 3.
Yeah, this one. Go down. No, it's not updated.
It's not?
No. I have changed the interface and all. Yeah.
This. Hello, hello. Yeah. What's that? What's that? The time. Yeah. Okay. Hello. I think we are starting again. Yes. So Banoe Pasco, and I'm presenting the Spotlight and Style sidebar together with Shimon. Yes, so the style sidebar, as presented by Richard, for this style sidebar, we give you a high-level overview of your document structure. That's together with the styles. And these styles include paragraphs, characters, frame, tables, and a list. So what was happening here before, we had to do some UX improvements, as we had a problem whereby users couldn't figure out how to use the style sidebar, as we had the filter above, and the filter below the styles list, and then we also had the spotlight and the show previews. These all were below, so it was really impossible for users to be able to figure out how to use this. And as you can see in the new improvement, we had to move the filter, in case you can see where we have the word hierarchical. Yeah, so that's the filter, is what you use to filter, and then you get a drop down whereby you can filter the different styles you would want to see. And we also moved the spotlight from down to above the filter. And this spotlight feature, as you see, we had to rename it to also to highlight styles. So if you're using Collabora Online, in the new version, you'll see we're using highlight styles inside of Spotlight. Yeah, so what happened here, changing the Spotlight to highlight styles is, for example, we had a problem whereby users couldn't figure out what it really meant and truly its usage, because the word Spotlight is really, really confusing, and it doesn't really bring out what the use of this feature is. So we decided to go with highlight styles, and that is direct, and you can if you turn it on, you would see your styles in your paragraphs or your document. You'll see different styles and also colors indicated by numbers and yes. So, and if you're still using LibreOffice, you will figure out there's still the stamp spotlight. So inside of Collabora. So in LibreOffice, the stamp spotlight remains because this was already shipped in the earlier builds, and also it also went through a couple of translations, and with that, TDF and the team at LibreOffice will have to first figure out a new way to handle that. So next, Shimon will present the technical details on how we build that.
Yes. So about the under the hood things in the style sidebars, we mainly use 3-view widget, which previously didn't have the context menu support, which really helps here because user can just select some style and add, edit, or delete some custom styles. And we had previously many different implementations of very similar widgets in the Collabora Online, which were, some of them were structured into the table, some of them were trees, and some of them were simple lists. We merged all of these implementations into one model, so now it's easier to maintain, and also we converted that to TypeScript and added more tests, including the visual tests, so we will see that something regressed in the future if we change, because as I said, we now have few different possibilities to display using the same code, so it's easy to break some other implementation. And also we needed to improve the messages we send from the core, because we have simple small updates required in this tree, but we send a lot of data over the wire, so now it is improved and we send much smaller messages. That's all from me. Thank you.
Hi again. Now I'll talk about some improvements I did on the comments UI for writers specifically. The main improvement is a new threaded view of the comments. In the previous view of the comments, all the comments are shown in a big list. Comments are grouped by replies. A group of replies to the same comment are shown together, while separate groups are shown separately. And the user can reply to any existing comment, that includes replying to replies. But the UI does not give you any indication of how that reply got there. It's just in the same group of replies. So it's a big list where you have to know or understand what is replying to what. So the obvious improvement with that is show them in the thread form that the ability to reply to replies imply. In this way, the replies are indented to indicate which level of reply they are connected to the original comment they are replied to. It's much easier to see at a glance if it's a conversation that took many branches or like a linear conversation when the same people kept responding to each other or different kinds of comments. Another improvement with representation of the comments is showing the comments on the site in small boxes is usually very good. They are non-intrusive. You can look at the comments and look at the document at the same time. But if the comments are very long or very verbose, that boxes are not suited to be read. There are scroll bars if the text gets too large, but doing scrolls in a very small box that contains a lot of text is a very bad user experience. If you ever tried one, it's very easy to get lost while trying to read. So we added an option to show comments bigger, as showcased before by Richard. Now you can get a set of reply comments, a cluster of comments, and show them in a way that occupies the full space of your display over the document. In this case, overlapping the document is not a problem because the user is specifically asking to view those comments as good as it can. And also, the reply functionality and the modify functionality, which open an editable text box, also work in this pop-out mode, so you can write long comments in a way that you can read what you're writing instead of it getting lost in a very small scroll bar. One small technical change that is presented, since the size of the comments keeps changing without any real changes to the comments, usually changes how it shows. We needed a better facility to scroll comments into view. Because if a user says, I want this comment big, then it will be shorter, so it will fit the screen. But if it says it wants it small, it will be larger, so it might go out of the screen, which would be a bad experience. So we then scroll the comment back into the screen to make sure the user doesn't get lost while changing between pop-up mode and the normal side scrolling comments. Finally, this new thread implementation leads to a kind of intuitive new functionality, which is breaking a thread, a conversation in multiple threads. If it's gone long enough, like if there's a comment, there's a reply, and this reply starts a whole new subset of conversations that really should be so comment set, then it's obvious to see with the threaded UI. So we added the functionality to be able to say this comment, now it's a full comment, and it will break apart all its replies in its own set and make it much easier to read and follow around, which is the intention of all these changes. And that was all I meet now. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Today my topic is integrate the setting iframe. So we'll be looking into it. So what are the problems we are facing before this new setting iframe? I know you don't know, maybe you don't know that what is the setting iframe, but before that, let's see the problems what are the problems that we are looking for. So previously there is no easy way to add auto text, dictionary, or configuring the advanced setting of documents from your side. And there is one more problem, which is that every interface settings, like you open the sidebar, you have a dark mode, all these settings are stored in your browser local storage. Which is good, but there are a few problems for that. So the first problem is that is not a safe, because if somebody that is not a safe, also that is not a cross-browser thing, because if you have a if you have a store setting in Chrome, so you may be running your Chrome browser, and then in the middle you want to switch to Firefox or any other browser, then your setting will go away. So that's the problem. So now we'll be looking into solutions. So we introduced the setting iframe, which is like you can integrate this page, or you can integrate this iframe into your page or website. This is more similar to how we integrate the cool iframe. So it is mostly similar to that. We have currently supported these many features: auto text, custom dictionaries, which we call as a word book, interface settings, and some of the advanced settings as well. Before we dive into that how the iframe each component works. There is a two type of setting iframe there. So one is for user settings, so which is for which is for personal settings, and the shared settings, which is commonly used for the configured by the admins. So this is how the iframe looks like in the Nextcloud. Sorry. So you can see the auto text are there, so you can upload and delete the auto text as well. You can upload the custom dictionary, edit that. Also, there is interface settings and more custom settings like snap to grid or empty page check marks or not. So these kind of advanced settings will be available through this iframe. So this will the Nextcloud one. Now, what is the auto text? So imagine you are writing something on a everyday same sentences, and you are always wondering that what if somebody will do this work for me, or somebody automate this stuff. So here we are automating your key binding, so you can bind a particular flu word. Here example is flu word to any long sentence, and you can press the F3, which will works for you. So the entire word will be bind to that particular sentence. Using the auto text, you can upload the .bau file for auto text on a setting iframe. Wordbook. So wordbook is just like a custom dictionary. So imagine you have a few words which is having a like red sluggly line, and you want to you don't want that red sluggly line. Then you can add in the custom dictionary. You can upload the .dictionary DIC file, or maybe you can create a new one, and you can edit the word in the image I have shown. These are the interface settings. So interface settings is like already mentioned. So here we have a list as well, but there are more interface settings from the list as well. So this is more like how users see the entire document. This is also previously stored in a local storage, but now we manage using the new setting iframe. So that's it will provide the cross-browser capability. And there is also some more advanced settings like a grid, print layout, and more settings which will be available there as well. So you see now that how the setting iframe is looking like, but you might wondering that how can we integrated the setting API into any integrator. So this is a similar to, as I already mentioned, this is a similar to cool iframe. So the approach would be similar to the cool iframe. And if you know that how the cool iframe is integrated, it would be a piece of cake for you. So, but before that, there is a few things that you need to know, which is like each, so every setting file we handle using the file. So it's not like we are storing the text or any other data types. We are using the file only. Cool will be not storing anything. So it will be only on your storage service. And we are using the WAPI protocol to communicate between your service and our iframe. There will be two steps required to make this working setting iframe. The first step is how did we communicate between the iframe and the page you added and the storage. And the second thing is we need to add a check file info for when we opening the document, so that document know that you have stored these kind of settings. So this is the flow of iframe integrations, that how the iframe looks like. So when integrator send the initial request for iframe, which with some hidden variable in the sense post variables to cool servers, and cool servers send this bundle. Also, WAPI client get request on a WAPI settings, which expect to some JSON stamp with URLs, and also, and based on that, we fetch the whatever file we want. So you can obviously scan this QR and see the entire SDK documentations. But here the few things are important, that how did you know that which setting iframe URL is? So in order to identify the setting iframe URL, we have a discovery XML where you can find the URL source. Also, you can check that this feature is supported on a Collabora Online or not. Then you have to check the hash setting iframe capability, which is allow you to check that whether this iframe available on this version or not. There is a few more things like access token and access token TTL and iframe type, which you need to pass via post request, which is the necessary parameters. Iframe type is like more for admin or user, so you have to decide which iframe you are looking for. So this is overall endpoints, WAPI endpoints that we need to implement. The post for the upload file, which is a WAPI setting upload, a post request, and get for a WAPI settings, which expect to fetch the all settings file, and delete would be delete the specific file. So this is the response we expect from the fetch JSON. So you can see the first in the image, the first image is showing that kind, shared, and user, which is help us to decide which user or is it admin or share. Then we have every settings has a field on that JSON, which have a stamp and URI array. So you can see auto text has a stamp and URI, which maybe have a multiple as well and maybe have an empty as well, but that's fine. So, and the most important thing is the stamp should be updated only when you have updated the file or deleted the file. So, and also stamp should be not updated every time, because otherwise Collabora Online will be calling you every time, and we have a call, we have a, like a calling, not calling, but we have a sub for Git, and maybe Colin will explore, will say more about that, why it could be bigger problem for that. So make sure you update the stamp only when the file is updated. So there are more theming customization is available as well, just like a Collabora Online. So you can pass the UI theme, which is a help to decide is it a dark mode or light mode. Also you can pass some CSS variables, which will be override the entire UI. Now we talk about the second part. When we opening the document, we need to pass that we have these files. So we have to pass the in the URL into check file info. So what we do is we pass the user settings and shared settings with the URL and then stamp. Again, stamp is important here. We have to update only when the child of like user setting, any user setting change, then only this stamp should be updated. Thanks to all these guys, Colin, Rassis, Simon, Pedro, and especially thanks to Julius and Elizabeth, to not just working out these things, but also help us in various tests, finding a better regressions, and also helping out with other aspects. Thank you. Sure. Yeah, the interface setting is the browser settings.
Okay, and right now we don't have UI for that, right?
No, we don't have a UI. We as of now we are just like have a .json file, and we are like I can show you in the Nextcloud how this looks. Yeah, so here you can see the browser setting.json is a file. So as of now we don't have a UI, but in future we will be have hopefully. So as of now we are just like working as a JSON file. Okay. 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 Thank you.
Wonderful. Let's get a timer. Hello, hello. Excellent. Hello, I'm Richard Brock. I'm back again. I'm giving a talk about something that Attila actually has all the answers to, but I will pretend to know what I'm talking about. And when we have questions at the end, he will tell you the right answers. So we're talking about form-filling APIs. I feel a bit silly doing this. This is a talk that I've previously done for a less technical conference, but anyway. APIs, what are we talking about there? I think we all know it's how when you wake up in the morning and you look at your phone and your phone knows what the weather is. It's not because your phone has the weather, but because your phone has spoken to whatever. And we're using them everywhere. They're becoming increasingly important as different applications get integrated with each other. But one place that perhaps has been left out from this integration is documents. They're often little islands on their own, and they're not very good at sort of being integrated with other applications. They're excellent for humans to look at them with their eyes, but what we really want to do is to make your documents accessible, not just to people, but other applications, other computers, other fun things like that. So this is predominantly relying on these form controls. So we've got rich text. How much rich text do we have, Attila? Is it full rich text? Yeah, full. Okay, good. And checkboxes and all sorts of good stuff. We can even put in pictures, and all of this can be sucked in or spat out of documents, and that's really quite cool. So what is this API doing? Well, it's fairly basic, really. It will scan. Ooh, you can't see. Am I standing on the cable? I'll tell you what it does. It will identify the parts of the document that have these form controls. So scan through and see, here is a date picker, here is an image, here are some checkboxes, and then expose those to an external application. So that's quite handy. As I mentioned this morning, so there's two main use cases for this. One is where you have a huge amount of documents. So you've been collecting lots of information. That could be, well, we'll talk about some examples. And you want to collate that all centrally. So that's one thing. But the other use case is to create multiple documents from one template. So you'll need to have a database of information that you want to export or extract information to. And then you can do the fun. So what might this be? You're a big manufacturing company and you make screws and nuts and bolts and nails, and you've got all these different screw threads and sizes and screw pitches and thread pitches and whatever it is. And you've got this massive database of it. And what you really want to do is you want to be able to automatically populate your invoices so that when someone comes and buys this many of this screws and this many of this bolts and this many of that nails, that the invoice automatically takes all the information out from your database. And of course, then when you update your database, that means any future invoices are then updated. So that might be one example. So that's going from a database to documents. This might be the other way around. You've got people filling in timesheets, and you want to then collect that centrally. It's the sort of thing that we do when we are invoicing people with what work we've done. We want to know what is the sort of the time code for this, who should be paying for what. So we could be taking timesheets and then putting them back into a database. It might be useful in all sorts of logistic type situations. You can avoid a huge amount of file format problems if you just don't ever have to open the file. So instead of instead of the port authority asking all of the ships to open this document and fill it in and maybe mess up the document and then send it back to you with their own silly formatting because they accidentally changed the styles. What you could actually do is you could just give them a simple interface that will then be used to populate the import or export or whatever it might be documents with their information. And then you get the correct document, so you get it all formatted properly, it all fits on the right page, and it's all done. So a way to make sure that your templates stay pristine and you can archive things properly and do whatever you want afterwards. There's really quite a lot of possible use cases for this. It's obviously it's just an open-ended API. We don't have any one particular thing in mind, and as such, it's quite difficult to describe this feature. But something that hopefully lots of our end users will enjoy. And then just one more thing to mention, which is, of course, we can then use this to create PDFs so that it's not editable. Or maybe we are editing PDFs, I don't know. But so that would be great, so then you're not going to have any more problems. Or maybe you could use it to semi-populate a form, just with some quick stuff, but then continue working on it. So it gives you the flexibility. You don't just have to do one thing. Integrators. So at the moment, for example, Nextcloud are doing some fun stuff with this. So this is one thing that they've created. So you see here, you choose the template, and then instead of opening the document, you end up with this sort of fill template fields dialog. So you then put in your information, and then it will open the document with all those fields pre-filled. So that's just a bit of an idea as to how this could look. But there's all sorts of fun things that we could be doing in this, and that customers could be doing with this. So I don't know, it's a lot of developers here, but if you are interacting with customers and end users, I hope it's helpful to know about this API and thinking what can we be doing, what more can our customers be doing. So thank you. There's a question, yes. Yeah. I didn't hear. Polls. Polls. Yes, exactly. Yeah. That is exactly the sort of thing that would be very useful for. There's sort of surveys and that sort of thing. Yeah. Would it work for calendar or scheduling time? Ooh, what do we think? Someone who knows better than me. Attila? Yeah. Yeah.
Spreadsheet. Yes, it's about the integrators' imagination and creativity. Imagine you put there, imagine the schedule of this conference. And then, bang, magic, you have the calendar of this conference. That will be really good, actually.
It would.
That's a good idea, yes.
There we go. Good question.
I just wanted to say that we can implement a lot of things that it's not implemented. Like some people said that they would be good to extract the comments, and there are many ideas. If something is important, then we can implement it.
And I've seen some of the work that Attila's done where you can sort of automatically create things like graphs and charts from information. So there's quite a lot that we can automate with this, just with a bit of work. Yeah. Any other questions? It's a good one. No. Wonderful. Well, I hope that was helpful and interesting. I'm going to hand over to Miklos, who's going to tell us something exciting about change tracking.
Hello, this is Miklos Vajna, and in this talk I will talk about recent change tracking improvements in Collabora Online Writer. So I'm one of those who actually live in this city, in case you are lost with something which looks strange in this country, and we have many strange things apart from the language. Feel free to grab me and I will try to rescue you. I will cover 3 subtopics in this lightning talk. It will be about what happens in case you want to record changes to a writer document, and perhaps multiple people are editing the same document, and who should have that recording on and who not, and what to do about this. It will be also covering a recent new UI feature called reinstating a change. And also I will cover at least the start of the work, which is about interdependent changes. So when you have multiple changes on top of each other and what to do about those. For the change tracking recording, we used to have a single setting for this per open document. So you can have 2 documents open in the same server, and you record changes in one document, but not in the other. But you could not have that setup where multiple users are editing the same document, and you record changes from one user, but not from the other. Sometimes this behavior is fine, and this is exactly what you want. For example, let's say we work together on some proposal, and I was working on that alone. I knew all the content that was in the document because I wrote that, but I invite somebody to make suggestions or like read that, and perhaps they tweak some of the text. And it just occurs to me that at the end, I can predict, at the end they will say that I updated the text. Can you please review if you are still happy with that? And this is a document of 20 pages. Of course, I won't know where are the changes, and now I have to read all that text from the start to the end because I don't know where the changes are. So even with the old model, it was sometimes useful to have it have this recording globally on. I invited somebody to edit the document. As soon as that person joins the document, I will enable a track change recording for everyone. And then once I have the changes from that other person, I can review the changes and see what was changed. So that's nice. But sometimes you don't want this. You can have this situation that somebody is working on the document. I am the second one, or like non-first one, to join the document. I'm not really confident if my changes are okay or not. So I rather make a suggestion. But if I turn it on for everyone, then somebody else was typing, and now, just in a surprising way, the changes started to be tracked, and that's, you did not press any button. What did change? Is this a bug? No, it's not a bug. It's just somebody else by accident enabled track changes recording for everyone. So long story short, this is not always wanted. Sometimes you are happy with the existing behavior. Sometimes you really wanted to have this as a per view setting. So the solution to that is to turn this toggle button into a 3-state setting, where this recording on a per view basis is still a Boolean. Is it off or on? But it can be on for everyone or just for yourself, and then each and every view can have its own setting if you record. The good thing is that deciding if you record or not is doable on a per view basis without like a lot of restructuring of the code. If you would like to have something where even the already created changes would be per view, and you can show if you want to show them or not, that would require a separate layout for the various views. So that would be more complicated. But this one is something which is solving a practical problem and is doable without a large amount of restructuring. So this is something that you can already try out in 2504. It's there, and you can play with that. Now, the second topic I wanted to cover is reinstating of changes. This is a little bit like rejecting a change, but with history. Perhaps it's easier to understand it for deletions. Let's say that there was some content in the document, and there is a proposal to delete that. Perhaps the idea wasn't terrible, but it was typed in an angry style and in an offensive style, or there was some problem with that text. So there was a proposal to get rid of that. And what we saw with people editing documents, sometimes they want to make a new proposal to again have that old text in a different version. So they are reinstating what was in the document before the proposal to delete it. And you can work this around. You can reject the deletion you can make a selection, copy it, then you undo, and then you paste it again. And this is basically how you do this in, for example, Microsoft Word. But we can do it better. Now there is a dedicated button to do this. In case you are on a change of a proposal for insertion or deletion, then you can press that button and you can do the opposite. So if there was a proposal to delete something, you can make a new proposal to still insert it in some other way, and the opposite is true for insertion. The last topic is about interdependent change tracking. We have a number of change tracking types, so you can have insertions, deletions, formatting, and a few more, but I won't talk about those. There are a number of allowed combination of these things. We are primarily looking at combinations which are well known in docx files, so that's something that editors probably expect from us to handle. So you can have a deletion on top of a longer insert. You can also have some kind of formatting on top of a proposed insert, and you can also have formatting on top of some proposed deletions. And one thing that was not working is that how this track changes is interacting with undo redo is quite tricky. You expect that whatever you change in the document will be recorded, so you do some edit and some track change will be created. At the same time, you also expect that whatever you did to the document, you can still undo. So to some extent, they do the same thing, but the track changes are serialized to the documents, and undo redo is something that's only in the memory. So they are still separate functionality. And there were some cases in case of having some deletion on top of insert, when if you did enough accept or reject, undo, redo, then it went wrong, and the action and its undo did not result in the very same state. That's now fixed. Also, in case you had some insertion and inside that you had some formatting, then basically this was missing. It was possible to create this, but we could not load that from a docx file. Also, in case you wanted to have, you already had this and you wanted to accept or reject that, then we had cases like you did the accept and the result was not what you got used to in Word. What Word does is, in case there is a formatting and some other type, then Word says that probably the insertion or the deletion is the main action here. Formatting is just a detail. So in case you have both, then you always interact with the insert or delete, and you need a second accept or reject to interact with the formatting itself. And in our case, there are many combinations which we only interact with the top change type, and then we have some surprising behavior. So that's still in progress. Many combinations are working nicely with accept, reject, various change types, undo, redo, and so on. But there is still more to do. So that's probably later this year will be the completion of this. So in summary, there are multiple areas where we are working on improving change tracking for Collabora on Writer. There is this per view recording, which is very handy in some scenarios. There is this new reinstate feature to reject features with history, to be more polite in your communication. And also the support for this interdependent change tracking is improving. Thanks, that was all.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Gabor Kelemen, used to work so far at Alotropia, and now I will talk about the progress we made as Alotropia in the area of RTF interoperability. Forward. Yeah. So why is RTF important? So it's very easy to manipulate this format within mass document generation workflows. And it's a rather old file format developed since the late 80s. And it's not really a standard. There is a specification document about it by Microsoft, and that's it. So it's somewhat difficult to tell if an RTF file is standard or not, because that's not interpreted. But also it's used in the clipboard as an intermediary format between different applications for copy-pasting formatted text between different applications. So it's very useful in that role as well to improve the RTF import. And yeah, large organizations which have perhaps tens of thousands of employees who are also changing over time still use it, and our customer was one of those organizations. And they had a lot of Word-made RTF templates, and they are filling in those templates somehow with personal data, and they wanted to show those documents which they collected over the decades, and also which are still being generated in LibreOffice Writer. And yeah, of course, returning back to the previous point, because they had Word-made documents, they did not really have to think about other external RTF generators. So that kind of worms is still up for another day and perhaps another customer. Yeah, moving on. I wanted to show some numbers since 2023, because that's when this project really started up. So what I did, I went to some RTF meta bugs, viewed as a tree view, showed the resolved status and the bug list, and filtered those who were actually resolved and verified, and not considered those which were like duplicates and similar noise tickets. And the resolution was changed after January 1st, 2023. So, yeah, that was my methodology for collecting this data. Unfortunately, this was manual work, and could not really use AI because I'm somewhat of an old school person. Yeah, so let's see some areas which were covered by the Alotropia, and this way I can show what a good investment was to buy us up, because a lot of expertise in this area also arrived. So, of course, we have fixed a lot of small RTF and non-RTF topics as well for this customer, but these were the most important topics here. So, in general, there is this big meta RTF filter bug, which is the uncategorized root bug. And here, the ones that were fixed by us is all of these 9 tickets. Others is not visible here, but on the next slides there will be some others, and this actually means just some Collabora people like Miklos or Justin Lut or Mike Kagansky, but yeah, this was just for simplification and showing better how good Alotropia was this. So yeah, one of the most important topics for this customer was table in RTF file format. So yeah, most of this was also fixed by us, but not exclusively. And of course, general paragraph formatting bugs, styles, formatting, whatever. Mostly we fixed it during the last 2.5 years. Same goes for RTF and fields. Fields are very good feature for document automation, which people are also doing if they have some complicated process where they have to show and hide certain parts of the document depending on certain things that were provided earlier in some way, like as a document variable or something like that. There are features in Word for this. And yeah, we did some work in this area. A little bit of header footers as well. Here fixes are a little bit more even. And what else? Yeah, some known missing features, because obviously this kind of work is never done. And our customer also run into certain issues which could not have been solved in the framework of this project, because mostly these are huge features missing. So the fun part about the if field is that it can hide very complex content in Word, but in Writer it can just show or hide simple text. But in Word you can put between this if field branches bullets and numbering, table, images, whatever, basically anything that Word can show. And yeah, we are very far from displaying this sort of complex content within if field. And of course, good old continuous section break, very nice feature of Word, and rather popular in the documents of the customer as well. And yeah, this project has involved mostly reading RTF documents but not writing them, so saving those documents is still something to improve dramatically. And yeah, I guess that was all from me, and thank you.
Hello, it's Darshan again. So I'll be talking about a few changes. Oh, it's in reverse order, yeah. So I will be talking about some of the improvements we did on the Navigator side. So recently, most of you, I am thinking like you have seen the change we did on the Navigator sidebar. So why we did that, first we'll go through that. So mainly there are 3 reasons. First one is like we have the sidebar, normal sidebar and the Navigator. both are on the right side of the document. So whenever a user wants to see both the thing at a once, like if he wants to go to any element using the navigator and at the same time wants to change something using the sidebar, there is no option to do that. So that's the first issue. The second issue is about the too many icons. If you see in the Impress, there are too many icons on the top right sidebar. So we are doing some reduction over there. So it doesn't look so clumsy over there. And yeah, the third issue is specific to Impress. So we have the slide sorter, but we do not have the option to hide the slide sorter. So now to encounter these three issues, we have introduced this new Navigator sidebar. You can see on the left side there is this new Navigator, and on the right side it's the normal sidebar. So user can use both in a one go. So there is no conflicting between if I go with the sidebar or the Navigator. There is also an issue with in the previous version, like if I open the sidebar, sometimes it like if I'm using if there are multiple users, so for some users it closes like simultaneously. So it has the more dependency on each other's. And in this case, I want to mention about the how the community also contributed. We have prepared a mock-up in the GitHub section, and there in that thread we have lots of comments like how we do improvements, what should be added, what should not be done. So yeah, thank you for that. So now we have added this new floating button, which is the Navigator button. So whenever you press this button, this left side pop-up, left sidebar will be appear, and you can navigate throughout any of the object in the document. Yeah, so this is how it looks in the calc, but there is no Navigator floating button on the calc sheet. Obviously, it will be interfering with the cell content. And this is how it looks in the Impress. So there is also an improvement in Impress. We have now the two options, the slide sorter and the outline. So what outline does, it's just another word for Navigator. So you can easily swipe between the slides and the Navigator. So this is how it looks on the slide sorter, and if you want to switch to the outline, the right side image will show it's the Navigator part. This is all about the Navigator, which we did added in the last version. Now there is a very short topic on the ruler side, what we did improve on the ruler side. So we already had a ruler in the writer, but there is also some missing part, like the horizontal ruler was not there. And also ruler is missing in the other apps like Impress and in Draw. So we did some improvement over there and added a vertical ruler on the document in the writer. So you can see it's not like only the vertical ruler, but that the functionality also works with as the same as the horizontal ruler. So you can add the top margin while drag and drop using that small triangle in above. And also on the bottom, you can change the bottom and top header and footer using this ruler. And yeah, this is the ruler in the Impress. It works same as the writer one. So you need to adjust the objects in the Impress. You can easily do that. I thought horizontal ruler in Impress is more useful compared to what we have in writer, because in Impress we work more on the object part, like the shapes and elements. So it will be very easy to adjust the width or the height of those objects. So yeah, and this is all part of ruler and Navigator on the design side. And on the Navigator side, I want to thank Nick he done like most of the work on the core side to sending right information and coordinates. Then it will be easy for me to design on the front end side. And yeah, for the mockup, thanks to Pedro and the community members who did answered on those. Shimon, as always, he's my mentor, so yeah. And Nick, Thomas for the ruler part, and Kalen also for helping in core side. That's it. Thanks.
I have a question.
Yes.
How do you define a size in Impress? Because there's not a predefined page size. It's kind of arbitrary, right?
Uh,
Like in Writer, for example, where you have a theoretical paper size. You can do a size. Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks.
you for the answer.
Thanks, Pedro. Yeah.
So it's great to see that now we have navigation concept always to the left, right? Before we have slides sorted already, which is the navigation component. Now, Navigator, which is also navigation. So everything is one spot. User is expecting that, and it's good that we kind of improve the labeling. So if we see navigation and not anymore Navigator in many parts, I still see that that button is called Navigator, and many users still don't know what is it. And navigation is probably the best. This is what we have heard from the community and from people that use Microsoft related products that come from that world. But I wonder, so we should probably tackle those. And you talked about the ruler and that it would be more, it seems that it's more useful to use ruler on Impress rather than writer. But still, we need to think that we have indentation. It's very important, right? So that's why you can see the indentation in the ruler. But I wonder how we can improve, because right now I see the users, using the ruler without, for instance, with an image selected, and then they go to a paragraph, and of course, you will see the indentation there if you know how to use a ruler. Many people do not know how to use a ruler because it's not very visible in which mode you are. You know what I mean? What is that? Is really that an indentation, or will I change the margin instead of the indentation? So I wonder if we should think on changing the UI when text cursor is in some paragraph. I don't know. I'm just some ideas. I want just to throw it out there, so I don't forget.
Yeah, I can file a ticket on that, and we will. I need more opinions on the from the community how they yeah. Okay. Any questions? Yeah.
I have a question. How difficult might it be to add guidelines, custom guidelines, to a presentation in Impress?
I think it has the dotted line when you drag the margins.
Yeah, but to have always on like the page when you're in edit mode.
We can do that. Like currently, whenever we press the mouse, at that time we show those dotted line. So we can make it always visible using an option. So whenever we enable that option, then we can see that line always. It's the same as we are doing for calc to highlight the cell row or cell columns.
For example, like this slide here with
Yeah.
the image to the side, maybe we could. Would it be possible to have a line on the left and a line on the right of the image on the edit, and then I can just drag any image to snap to those lines?
Yeah,
Create a guideline and say that.
Yes.
So wait a minute. Okay. You were working with.
I think there is option called snap grid or something.
But it's different. You want to create a new guideline.
I can use ruler to resize the shape if that's.
No, it's just adding a completely new guideline. So there is these automatic guidelines, these smart guidelines that appear when you drag stuff, right?
Yes.
But what they say is not that. Is that you want to create manually a guideline as if you do in other
think it's a nice idea. I think me and Gokai can work on that. Yeah, on the ruler side, I think Thomas has a very nice ideas over there. At the time, we had a very long chat when we are discussing the ruler. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Sorry, maybe I need a laser pointer. Can you show me what is the... Okay, thank you. So, my presentation is about a 1.5 year development containing a lot of interesting things, but the most interesting thing is cracking Microsoft Office hidden algorithm to breaking the line in Word and implementing this hidden algorithm in Writer to get exactly the same layout. So it's very important if you remember the Red Hat announcement related to the metric font equivalence in 10 or more years ago. So it's something similar because the Microsoft Office 2013 show that it's absolutely new algorithm with space shrinking the spaces between the words. But first of all, I try to show the title of my presentation, and in the small illustration, this is the Gutenberg Bible from the 15th century. And you can see that it's not so readable, my presentation about hyphenation control, achieving optimal readability in your documents, because it's very special, these fonts. It's a black letter fonts. It's very hard for nowadays, for modern people, to read these letters. But if you check the, I'm sorry, yes, this one. This word, this is Libris, so you can read it. So readability is related to something your study. So you must learn to read, but there are some other parts of the readability. For example, you need a uniform grayness in the text because it's very helpful. Instead of big holes or white places between the words or lines, it's very helpful to create some uniform grayness, like in the Gutenberg Bible. So it was one of the most the biggest scandal of the human history or culture, because Gutenberg made mass production here, producing near 200 Bibles and selling as a handwritten Bible for much more money, for hundreds more money. So it was very clever. That is why it's still a secret what was the exact method of Gutenberg to produce this uniform grayness. So moving types, moving letters from lead, maybe it's one of the part of the story, but there are different theories still nowadays. So it's very interesting, this part. But my presentation about the hyphenation, you can see it is small double lines. This is the hyphenation in the Gutenberg Bible. And I must apologize on Richard's behalf, because his present in the hyphenating in his presentation was not hyphenation, because breaking the word inside the word is one of part of the hyphenation, but you need to break the word in a readable way. And breaking the word after a single letter, or reading a word inside a syllable, or near to the boundary of a compound word, for example, in the German language or Hungarian or Finnish, Swedish, Norwegian languages, it's a crime. So a typographical error, it's not hyphenation. So sorry for this example. And this is my agenda, and maybe I will try to focus on some of the parts of my presentation. So I mentioned that containing a lot of interesting things, this development. For example, supporting ODF standard. Because LibreOffice reference implementation of the Open Document standard, and still we had ODF 1.0 standards missing in the writer word processor. For example, it was not possible to limit hyphenation on a character level or word level. So this is the first, perhaps the first implementation of the ODF standard in writer. So it's possible to remove the hyphenation of a word instead of using this none or something other character language. That was the workaround before that. But you can see that this workaround broke the layout of the text. For example, there was a yes, you can see this special O letters with diaresis, and this is a special font feature. It's showing only in the German text, this special German variant of the O. And with the workaround, here is the example. So you can remove the hyphenation of this word, but you can immediately with that, you remove the correct layout of the text. So that was a real problem. It's not only the spell checking missing for a text with non-text language, character language. So the other part was development was innovating a new user interface feedback related to the words with disabled hyphenation. It's a gray dotted underline here. And it's very easy to switch on the hyphenation with the context menu. Other ODF compliance problem was the disabling the hyphenation of the last line of the page. You can see here, there was a hyphenated line in the end of the first page, but thanks to this new setting, it is possible to disable the hyphenation of the last lines, and not only the pages, but the columns too. And there is an English term for the visible word page parse. It is sprayed. So it is possible only to disable on the right page in a normal book. So it's, that is why it's interesting, this feature, because this was exactly the method of Gutenberg to produce the Gutenberg Bible. So there was no hyphenation. It is the Gutenberg Bible. It was a 2-column page, and not only the end of the pages, but end of the columns didn't contain any hyphenation. So it's a very long tradition, but not only a 5,000-year tradition, but it's much more. So in fact, the writing is 10,000 years old using clay tickets for counting the agricultural products, for example. But the Christianity, the name of the Bible, the books, it's related to the invention of the books. That book was a very small object. It was very, especially when Christianity was a hidden or very dangerous thing for the Christians. It was the best practical format to transfer the sanctuary texts that time. So there is a book I mentioned 2 years ago. It is Papyrus. This is the name of from a Spanish author. It's very interesting book about the history of the printing and books. And the other interesting things here that, in fact, this is the official English orthography rule by the Oxford University Press to disable the hyphenation in the last line of the spreads. So now writer supports this. And other interesting thing, the interoperability. For example, there is I mentioned that sometimes it's typographical errors are crimes. And other crime here is the consecutive hyphenated lines. Mostly in German and English, the maximum is 3 lines is the limit. In the Hungarian language is 4, so it's a little bit different related to the very special orthography. And you can see that sometimes following the rules, especially in a word processor, can generate bigger problems. Here it's the very huge holes between the words. So we need something better solution than a line level hyphenation. Docx interoperability, other things, there was a default now in LibreOffice Word, Microsoft Word is a default setting to use the Gutenberg method, disabling the hyphenation in the last line of the column and the pages. So the interesting and the funny things, when I last year implemented this feature, I implemented the Microsoft Office 2013 method moving the last line. But after that, Microsoft changed the algorithm, moving the last word, not the full line. In fact, there are some very special Microsoft Office versions where when moving the line, it did that time, it was not limited. So if you, for example, you were a German user or Norwegian, there was a bug report related to that. All of my pages, all my lines moved to the next page. So it's very bad line-breaking algorithm to kill the page, but it seems there are examples for that. And this, I mentioned this very special algorithm without hyphenation. Only in a justified text, there were differences related to the writer and word. You can see it is the byproduct of the development. It is fancy comparison of the documents. You can see that there is a difference between the word and the writer typesetting, and here you can see only the different word spaces, and you can see the different line breaking here. This is the said word was in the previous line in the Microsoft Word because Microsoft Word was able to compress the spaces. So that was my last year implementation, adding this word spacing. And the problem for me was not only to crack the algorithm, but the other problem is cracking the LibreOffice core, writer core, because it's a huge area of LibreOffice code base. So that is why I made a huge mistake. But thanks to the bug reporters and feedbacks, especially Justin Luth from Collabora, yesterday I made some breakthrough. So I hope I can tell you something. Yes. Other interesting interoperability issue working in different ways, but for example, Michael Stahl worked with you can see these bold letters. It's a different style, paragraph style text in the same line. So it's very special and very useful if you want to create a legal text when the PDF navigation, PDF table of contents, or the standard table of content or the text contain these paragraphs, but only this inline heading part of the paragraphs. So it's a useful thing. And now it's possible to, you can check it in the writer, select only the first word or first few words of the text and press Ctrl F1 or select the heading 1 style, and you can get an inline heading, at least a frame in my solution. But it's you can get the same or similar layout like in Word. Hyphenation of compound word is word supported by the Hungarian foundation fsf.hu, and it's very interesting not only for the Hungarian language, but I hope for the German and German-like languages too. So in titles, it's very bad solution to disable the hyphenation because of the long words, thanks the examples of Richard, because you can see a very long German word there, but it's very common, these long words in this type, these languages with the same orthography. So it's better to not disable completely the hyphenation, but hyphenating between the word parts, not between syllables, but word parts. It's there is a requirement and better option than fixing all of your tiles by manually. So it's like Gutenberg. Gutenberg got running titles, or the big colorful letters in the Gutenberg Bible were handmade, so not printed completely. ODF standardization, it's some of the new draft options here in for the ODF standardization, but the very interesting part here that Microsoft Office, it's not applicable for the German languages. Why? Because Microsoft Office has got only a document level setting of hyphenation. So all of very special things, if you want to modify a hyphenation of a paragraph or a section, or for the headings, it's not possible in Microsoft Office. It's not possible in the OXML standard, because you can switch on the hyphenation and setting the hyphenation options only for the whole document, and you can disable the hyphenation only for single paragraphs. So it's a different and very sad limitation for the Microsoft users. DTP capabilities. This is the continuation of my development, which originally was typography, but typography is, there is a misunderstanding. Typography is not about the fancy fonts. Gutenberg used only one single font. It's a very special font, only for this black letter font for the Bible. The typography is about the readable text. There's uniform grayness, line breaking, and now there is a new option used only, not Adobe InDesign, that is something, but not completely. But for example, the Affinity publisher has this similar feature, these end zones. Instead of the black and white solution, disabling the hyphenation of the last line, you can choose, add a different limit for that line. So if you have a very long line, you can still handle this line. For example, in German, in Hungarian, or German like languages, it's a must-have to this end zone support. Other DTP capabilities, this custom word spacing. You can set a minimum and a maximum spaces desired. This setting is default in Adobe InDesign. For example, it is 80%, and for maximum it is 133%. Now, in the development version of LibreOffice, uses these settings to disable the hyphenation. If it's possible to break the line between this minimum and maximum spacing in the justified text, the hyphenation is disabling in that line. And what is the result of this? That it's it's much better text. Sometimes hyphenation was also a crime. For example, 100 years ago, it was typography is an art, and some with fashions changing. For example, hyphenation was so painful for that time for the typographers, producing books with huge spaces without hyphenation. That was the top of the typography. But the result was not so readable, and that is why now it's very important hyphenation again. And you can see that thanks to this optimization, you can get averagely 20 or depending on the language. For example, you can see the percent here, less hyphenations. I can show you the next, yes. So there is a huge fluctuation related to the length of the lines. This is the normal range from, you can see it here, is 80 letters is the maximum letters for a line. It's a very narrow line with 38 letters, and there is a huge fluctuation. So it's like a basic research using LibreOffice Writer. So I tested on the same text, or the Declaration of the Human Rights, at 10 or 12,000 letters, and with different line lengths. then you can see that the ratio of the hyphenated lines show it's very huge fluctuation. But you can see here small narrow lines, you need more hyphenation or bigger ranges related to the word spacing. So in fact, there is instead of 18, you can use 60% shrinking, for example, in the narrow lines. And yes. And the result of this work related to the word spacing was that I was able to refine the algorithm, the hidden algorithm of the Microsoft Office. So the algorithm is, there is a maximum word spacing here. So with a weighting. So it's a problem is that it's, you need to test a lot of test files. Unfortunately, this is is not the best example, but I made 100 tests for analyzing the algorithm, and I've got from Justin Lut a couple of a dozen documents with a lot of examples. And yesterday I was able to run a test with all successful test cases. So it seems the algorithm is good to create a default line breaking algorithm in writer for the maximum interoperability. That is the next plan. Thank you. The support from the NLNet Foundation for supporting this project and using the EU money for this program. And thank you for the FSF.HU Foundation for the Hungarian-related developments and for our community help I've got. And the next step is using or following the Gutenberg. Instead, the Adobe InDesign program uses the Knut plus algorithm, a paragraph level line breaking algorithm with a very special thing, for example, shrinking not only the word spaces, but shrinking the letters too. And shrinking the space between the letters. So it is the next step. The result would be very interesting because of the word processing is related to the productivity. We can get a software with a maximum productivity with a high level or maximum typography, uniform grayness, maximum readability. And I hope at the end of the year I can show more interesting examples, especially that the LibreOffice conference will be in Budapest, will be here. So I hope that especially using the variable fonts, we can create something for the future. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Questions or the next presenter? Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, hi. So I will talk about PDF annotations using SDR objects and another talk actually about PDF 2.0 support. And yeah, I got only 5 minutes. Well, this is a more or less refresh of the talk that I already did at the LibreOffice conference. So for the first part of the PDF annotations, so I got a little bit quicker for this. So what you can do in like LibreOffice and Collabora online is like you can import the PDF with PDF view. And when you do this, then each PDF page is imported as a draw page inside the draw, and the PDF is actually an image on the draw page. So when you are then later export this document, it will take this PDF data and not just the image, but it will recreate the PDF as it's in original form, and everything should be preserved. But because there are also features of the PDF that you can add like PDF annotations on top of it, so this is then handled like separately. And we had some kind of support for this, but the manipulation of it was like very limited. So what kind of PDF annotations we can have? Like there are a lot of PDF annotations, like a pop-up annotation, like text highlighting and lines and boxes. You can add different things. So when you're importing this inside LibreOffice, you can just import it as a comment, and like a pop-up annotation will appear. But for other types of it, there's very limited support. So you can have some kind of text boxes, lines, polygons, but you cannot manipulate it, change its properties, or change size and like similar things. So the idea was here that instead of what it was done before, we can use SDR objects as PDF annotations, so that it's more or less similar how all the other shapes are working inside Draw. And so this will give us like editing possibilities, like changing the position and size and properties, like for free, more or less. The change that we need to have is like so that SDR objects can have a different behavior. So when you click on the objects, a pop-up window should appear that you can edit what is the content of the annotation itself. So how was then this? I'm not going to go a lot of specifics here, but we have like the implementation was done inside the SD module, inside SD page that stored all the annotation itself, and what we need to, what I had to change is to move all this stuff to the SVX module and on the global SDR page object, and then I have to introduce a new type of object, like an annotation object, which is derives from a SDR object, so that this is possible then to represent the basic this pop-up annotation, like this comment. Then I added an is annotated flag, and generally any SDR object possible is like can be represented as an annotated object or not. So as I said, and okay. So what needs to be done here is like for when you have clicking on the objects, you have to see, okay, this is the mouse click, and you have to show the pop-up. Another thing is like you have to change a little bit of behavior of the object, so that when you are printing or outputting a PDF, you don't show this object because it's an annotation, and it's by default it shouldn't be printed. The needed thing here is also then when you have the annotation and the SDR objects, you have to keep them in sync. All the text sizes and positions are now like more or less duplicated. eventually you have a direct connection from SDR object to the annotation itself. But they can diverge. So on the PDF export side, so once now we have SDR objects and we have SDR page which has connections to the objects, we can now export them and just normally go through the annotations. And what I added is like support for exporting the other properties like type, geometry, the position, size, and even the bitmap itself to the PDF as a proper PDF annotation. So there's still a lot of to-dos. There's issues that need to be adding. There are undo and redo issues that need to be addressed, and a lot of these are already now addressed, but I think that I need to look into more. And there is currently no way to add these annotations yourself. So during the PDF import, the annotations will be added, and you can add it, but you can edit them, but you cannot add new ones. So this a toolbar is needed for new adding new PDF annotations. And that's it for this one. The next thing is then what a new feature that is added is like PDF 2.0 support. And because it's related also PDF A4. So what's new in the PDF 2.0? This is a short list of some notable changes to the previous iteration. So you can have like associated files where you can annotate external file or external, not just file, but you can add a bitstream directly to the PDF itself and that is associated with one PDF element itself. There are other things like unencrypted wrapper, so we can have like encrypted PDF file and then unencrypted wrapper that shows the content when you don't yet encrypt the PDF file. There are also a lot of rich media annotations, a lot of geospatial features and 3D formats that they added, which is limited interest to us. Maybe some things are interest, but most not. They reworked tagging for the PDF, so they added the support for namespaces. You can currently the tags are for PDF 2.0 specific, but you can just also add tags that are for MATML and HTML, and they added some pronunciation hints to these tags, so that it's mainly for the accessibility. Very good to show how this is correctly pronounced when it's, for example, spoken out. They added 256-bit AES encryption and a lot more. And with this also comes deprecations, like they deprecated all the not really needed things like SSF, XFA, proprietary form format, some solid annotations like this flash and shockwave stuff, and the document information in dictionary they deprecated it. So usually previously you had like a PDF, there is for metadata information you could store inside this document information dictionary specific to PDF, and you can also use XMP metadata, which is XML added to the PDF. So they said, okay, these two are duplicated, and we will just keep the XMP metadata, and the document information dictionary is not should not be written anymore. Then encryption, they have a lot of encryption schemes previously, like RC4, AS128. They just said, like, this is all not secure anymore. Just use this new one, PDF 2.0 AS256 scheme, and forget about the others. And there are other signature favors for signing. Then they a little bit change of PDF syntax, and then added some, deprecated some of these syntaxes. They just don't write this anymore, and maybe so some have some alternatives. Some just say just don't do it. And then there is like PDF A4, as mentioned before. It's like now based on PDF 2.0. So this is PDF A is for archiving purposes. It's a standard parallel to the PDF itself. Previous versions were based also on the previous PDF versions, and this new one, like PDF A, is only for the PDF 2.0. So this is the reason I had to add it. Also, if you want to have PDF A support, I had to add also PDF A4 support for PDF 2.0. And there's like PDF UA2. This is unified accessibility standard, and it's again, previous version was supported only for PDF 1.7, and I have to add support for 2.0 if you wanted to have it, but there are some issues with this, so this is not done yet. Okay, now I'll talk about what I did for PDF 2.0. So this was thanks for Zendis for funding this, and yeah. So because of PDF 2.0 is getting more and more required by governments and companies to have this support, so it was very important to have it. In Collabora Online, we had only support for 1.7 exports. Now we have many others also. Okay, the idea was, so we have a previous version, let's get a version up and then see what we need to change to get a compliant PDF 2.0 out of it. So how actually to do this? Because there is, if I just increase the version of PDF, and I expected that there should be some tool that will say, okay, these are not compatible in your PDF documents. So there was no such tool available for PDF 2.0, but there is like Vera PDF tool which checks PDF A for conformance, so which is based on PDF 2. So in the end, I took this, and in January also got PDF A4 support out of it for free. So this is then the changes to the dialog I did. So now there is no separate changes anymore for PDF A or PDF versions. Now you just say what version you want. You get 2.0, 1.7, or PDF A1 to 4, and you just select which one. And I did also a little bit reorganization of this dialog, so it's more logical. Next step that I did, okay, we didn't have any support for encryption with AES at all. All we did is 128-bit RC4, so I had to implement this from scratch, and now the AS256 support was added. And this is probably the biggest change that was needed here. The other things, like I added new tags for PDF. So you have like EM, strong, and title structure elements, and these are now written when you are writing when you're exporting the PDF itself. There's like AF relationship for embedded files, like this is exactly the associated file, and this is written when you are using the hybrid PDF mode, and so that the original ODF file is added as an attachment to the PDF, and it's properly annotated that this is now the source of the document. I removed the info dictionary, as I said, and only XMP metadata is now used. There are some OS-specific entries. I just removed them, and no alternative is needed, and they're generally not really used that much. So yes, there's also this perm entry, which is an encryption permission for the required by the encryption itself. And then yes, as I said, there is like this PDF UA2 that was partially implemented. The problem with this is that there was no time left, so I quickly created that PDF 2.2 is announced when you are using PDF 2.0, and select that you want PDF UA compatible compatible documents, and just a bunch of reported issues by Vera PDF are left unresolved. So I will probably address them at some time. So thank you.
Hi everyone. I am Balázs, and yeah, I'm used to work for Alotropia, and I would like to present to you some new calc functions. I already had some similar presentation in the last LibOcon, but I thought it's worth to mention here as well, because all these functions will be available in the latest Collabora release, if I know well, maybe except one. So let's start with the xlookup and the xmatch function, and I will also mention some array functions like the sort by, the filter, unique sequence renderArray functions, and if will be time, I will talk a little bit about the let function. So the xlookup function is basically a modern replacement for the vlookup, hlookup, and the lookup functions. It is flexible function that can be used in a wide variety of situations. Xlookup can find values in vertical and horizontal ranges, and can perform approximate and exact matches, and support also the wildcard and regular expression searches for partial matches. In addition, the xlookup can perform reverse search and offers a fast binary search option when working with large data sets. And also, I don't remember, I think 2 months ago, I managed to make it work with external documents as well. So even if you have a document which is not opened, or if it's opened, you can search with the XLOOKUP function in a different document as well, which can have, of course, security problems, but in Calc we have option for that as well. So we can set to enable or disable the automatic recalculation of the functions. So the XLOOKUP function, some information about that. If you are familiar with the VLOOKUP, you will notice that the syntax is quite similar with some cool additional features. Of course, the first argument is the lookup value, the value that you are looking for. The second one is the lookup array, the array in which you are looking for the lookup value. The third one is the return array, the array from which you want to fetch and return the value. Then we have three optional parameters. The fourth parameter is for error handling, the if not found name, the value to return in case the lookup value is not found. In case you don't specify this argument and not a number value, you will get back. And the last two parameters, the match mode and the search mode, which offer you many other things, which you can see on this slide. So the match mode parameter is optional, but if we are using it, we have 5 options. An exact match mode, which is the default. Then we have the next smallest mode, which returns the next smallest item. If we have no exact match, then we have next larger mode, which returns the next larger item. If we have no exact match, then we have 2 partial matching modes using the wildcard match, and the other one is the regular expression match. And the last parameter is the search mode. We have 4 options for that. The first one is the linear search from the first item. The minus one is a linear search from searching from the last item. And the option 2 represent a binary search with ascending dataset order. And the -2 option, which is also a binary search option, which working with descending dataset order. And this searching mode is basically much faster than the linear search mode, but it's only working correctly on sorted data. So you can see some benefits from this new function, XLOOKUP function, comparing to the older functions. It can use an exact match mode, search mode, unlike the other search functions in Calc. It can search both horizontal and vertical data, which wasn't possible with the older functions. And as I mentioned, you can search next larger or next smaller items and perform reverse searching. And you can also get back not just a single value, but a full data. So let's move on, because we have too much time. And here is some simple example. The first one is doing a vertical search. The second one is the same, but with a wildcard search mode. And the last one is doing a horizontal search. So let's check the XMatch function. The XMatch function is basically offering the same options as the XLOOKUP function. The difference is that it returns a relative position of a value in a range. It is also offers much more options, and all the options are available here as well, like in the xlookup function. There is some example here as well. The example we have with an approximate matches on the top image with searching the exact value and the next smallest and the next largest results on these spreadsheets. And yeah, just mentioning the new array functions, which will be also available. The filter function is used to extract matching values from data based on one or more conditions. The output from filter is dynamic. If source data or criteria change, filter will return a new set of results on the same area. The other one was the sort function, which sorts the contents of a range or an array in ascending or descending order with a formula. And also the result from the sort array can give you back a dynamic range. The sort by also working on a similar base, but in the sort by function you can search in a different range, and you can apply that sort on another range in the spreadsheet. The unique function extracts a list of unique values from a range or array. The result is an array of unique values. The sequence function generates a list of sequential numbers in an array. And the other one was the randArray function, which generates an array of random numbers. And here are some more information about the functions, if you are interested about that. And yeah, because I thought that there will be no time for the let function, it's much more complicated. I didn't want to mention a lot of things about that. I'm not sure also it's available in the newest release, which is basically a lambda function which can store other function results inside the let function, which you don't need to recalculate in the other parameters of the let function. You only have to calculate one times in the let function, which makes much more faster and readable in the usage. So, thank you for your attention. Any question? No. Thank you.
Okay, so hello. Hello, my name is Gabriel Maisei. I'm a senior C++ developer at 1&1 Mail and Media, where my main job is to integrate Collabora Online into our online office applications. And today I will talk about a feature that I added to LibreOffice and Collabora Online, auto-detecting CSV separators. Okay, so what is a CSV file? CSV file is a plain text file which contains data in a tabular format. The acronym comes from comma-separated values. There is an RFC 4180, which is not a standard. This is very important. It's not a standard. It's just a recommendation. They call it a memo, which defines the most common format. Why? Because the CSV files have many structures in practice, and it's impossible to unite them into one single, which could cover all of them. So the approach was to choose the most common one and provide it as a recommendation. Yes, this is something that is taken from the RFC. These are characteristics of a CSV file, some of them which are important for the feature that I implemented. Each record is located on a separate line.
Also, fields are separated by commas. In practice, they are also separated by other characters, like I don't know, semicolon, tabs, spaces, and so on. And each line should contain the same number of fields. Okay, a field is an intersection between a row and a column. This is how looks a CSV file opened with a text editor with gedit. Okay, you can see that in this case the separator is a semicolon. You can see that the separator is also used even in empty lines. Yeah, the 4 and 5, for example. Okay, so what is the problem? This is the when you try to open a CSV file in LibreOffice or Collabora Online, this dialog will pop up, and where the user is able to provide the necessary characteristics of the file structure, so that the data could be imported in the right way by the application. There are many characteristics. For example, the character set locale, the row from where to start to import the data, the separators. Yeah, you can provide the separators, and at the bottom of the dialog there is here there is a preview of the file, how it will look imported into LibreOffice as a spreadsheet. Okay, so the problem here is that some of these options could be auto-detected. Okay, for example, like character set and separators, not with 100% reliability, but still, this was something that was requested for many years from LibreOffice and Collabora Online users. So I decided to implement it. Here you can see in the old dialog that by default tabs, commas, and comma and semicolon are selected as separators. This doesn't mean that this means that all of them will be interpreted as separators in a CSV file. Okay, so if you have on the same line a tab, a comma, and a semicolon, all of them will be considered as separators, even if only, for example, semicolon is the separator. Okay, which is not okay. So the user has to provide every time a new the right separator in order for the data to be correctly imported, and also. These separators depends on the character set. Okay, so it's one thing to interpret the data as UTF-16 and other to implement as ASCII or yeah, something like that. And you can see the importance here at the bottom, where you can see a strange character, a question mark in a black square. Okay, that's because the character set, which is the default UTF-8, it was the default for this dialog, is not the right character set for this file, for this CSV file. Okay. Okay. So the idea is like this: first, try to detect the character set, because the separator depends on the character set, and then using that detected character set, try to detect separators. Okay, so this is a two-step. So the first step is character set detection. I added in the dialog an option to the drop-down list for a character set, yeah, automatic, which does this. When it is selected, it tries to detect automatically the character set. And I added also a label below the drop-down list, the character set that was detected. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, so you can see here below that the character was is displayed correctly. Oh, it's the currency character for euro. Okay, And okay, how it was detected, I used the ICU library, International Components for Unicode, which was already used in LibreOffice. I just used the APIs. They are not 100% reliable, okay, it's probabilistic, the algorithm, but still in practice it works okay. And the second part was to detect the separators. I added here the detected radio button, okay, which since the algorithm is based on character set and also by itself is not 100% reliable, it has a high probability, but is not 100% reliable. So the user, if the separator is not the correct one, the detected separator is not the correct one, the user should have the opportunity, the chance to change the separator, to go back to the old options, okay? How the separators works, how the separators detection works. The idea is to search for the ideal structure, okay, that defined by RFC. This means you count the numbers of characters in each line, okay, so you parse the file, you store the count for each character on each line, okay, and pick the characters that appear on each line and have the same number of appearances on each line, okay? This is the definition from the RFC. However, in practice, you will find variations, okay? So that's why I introduced some variations. The characters that are chosen for, that are candidates for separators should appear on the maximum number of lines, okay? And from these characters, we can choose if there are multiple. We can choose only the characters that appear as much as possible the same number of times, as much as possible, okay, with minimal differences. Here a problem arises. For example, there are CSV files with one column. In that case, the separator is missing totally, okay? But still, the algorithm will detect some characters as probabilistically as being separators. So, in order to avoid that, I decided to limit the separators to a list of most commonly used separators, like comma, tab, semicolon, colon, pipe space, slash, and backslash. Initially, the algorithm can detect not only one, can detect multiple separators. Initially, I restricted to only one separator, but I received complaints that why we should not activate also for multiple, and I activated for multiple. And then I received complaints that why we should activate for multiple, why not restricting to one separator, okay? So this is a dilemma. Right now, in practice, it's with multiple, but I don't know. We'll see. We can easily restrict again to only one separator. And also, you can convert directly CSV files to PDF files or open from command line, okay, using the command line, or open the file from command line, where you can provide the filters for opening the CSV files. And I added the detect keyword, which you can use where you can specify the separator and the character set. Okay, you can use this word, and if you use this word, then automatically the detection is triggered. And I think that's it from my side. I just have one last slide about what I'm doing at 1&1. As I said, at 1&1, my job is to integrate, one of my jobs is to integrate, my tasks is to integrate the Collabora Online into online office applications. We have two services, Online Office Viewer and Online Office Editor. Both are based on Collabora Online. First is just a converter. It converts to PDF, Office files to PDF, and then it displays as PDF. And the second one provides the full set of capability of Collabora Online. These services are used by our applications from cloud, yeah, visualizing and editing files, email attachments, hybrid mail. Hybrid mail is a feature, nice feature, which allows the user to send a physical letter directly from the application. Where the role of Collabora is to convert the letter to be sent to a physical destination to PDF, which is then sent to Deutsche Post, which prints it and sends it physically to the destination. And of course, thumbnails, I forgot an H. Yeah, and I think that's it. Thank you. Question, if anyone has.
Just to add, so just last week, based on this thing, now even in online convert to API, you can specify in-filter options for CSV.
Mm-hmm.
Launched last week.
Okay, cool, okay. Anyone else? Okay, thanks.
next? Oh, what's this? Are we? Oh, so did you stop halfway through?
Oh, it's done. We have a break now.
But why is it saying next is Baron? It should say
I have
next
no
is-
idea.
Great. I think. Sorry, carry on. No, carry on. I'm just checking something as we.
Yeah, so it's depending on the function. You know, there was this new let function.
Yeah.
This let function is basically completely new design because it's a lambda function. Basically works like a lambda function in C++. We are storing other functions in a variable inside the let function. We are reusing those functions. So basically I had to implement a basic lambda function inside the car core. Yeah.
I see.
So that also takes sometimes three weeks to find out the correct algorithm. You know, because it's important to be fast. The calculation. If it's not fast, then it's not worth to use.
Right.
And also still not fast because I guess you heard Kalen presentations about the multi-threading and calculations, which is a nonsense. And so, that is it's quite complex as well.
Right. We're going to do something dangerous.
Okay.
No, it's okay.
I will check some.
I'm going to try and copy about 100 slides all at once and see if this works. Do you think? Do we trust Impress copy and paste? Let's see.
Press copy paste.
Oh, ready?
You have no other option.
Indeed. Well, because we've not finished the.
We are a little bit late.
Still these two, right?
Yeah, we are late.
Okay, so I need to copy these into.
Oh, okay.
Into this. Let's see. I think it's going to work.
Okay, so I think we are about to start. I mean, we are quite late, actually. So let's try. Okay, we'll call the people.
Yes, hello everyone. I am Bayram Çiçek and I will talk about the pivot tables compatibility between Calc and Excel. If you create a pivot table in LibreOffice Calc and then save it as an Excel format and then open that document in Windows, in Excel, and you will see there are some issues, and we have some issues here. And when you right click to open the context menu, you will see different items there, different options, and then when you click refresh, and you will see different context menu items. So that means we'll lose some functions and some options, and also there will be there will be no background color for the last column, which is in our example it will be grand total, and also there will be some warning if we try to sort items, and I will go one by one. And yes, on the right side there is the wrong document. When you right click, and you will see the context menu items, and there is, for example, we clicked on the total result row, and there is some options about model. And on the left side we have the correct document, correct pivot table, and the question is how we know that. You can see the refresh option in the context menu items, and when we click that, Excel goes to the source data and get the data and updates the pivot table, so we know which document is correct and which is not correct, which is wrong. So we can compare the two files and see the difference between the XML file. Yes, another issue is there is no background color for the grand total, which is total result. When we do refresh, actually it's changed the total result to the grand total, but they're actually the same. Yes, when I was working on this bug, I just wanted to try if we can sort the items, and then I saw that there is also another issue that says the pivot table file it couldn't find, so I couldn't sort it. So Excel knows there is a pivot table, but it couldn't find which file to sort. Yes, fixes is basically when we check the XML files and there is some differences, so we have to export some elements and their sub-elements. So I say export, which means when we save a file, we basically export it, and when we load a file, we import it. And here is there is only issue in the pivot table that XML file, so we will work. I worked on these. So yes, the elements, row items and column items, they represents the data in the pivot table. And I always look at the OXML reference to check how to import import and export those elements and their attributes. And another side note is that we don't need to export all missing elements and their attributes, because there may be lots of sub-elements and attributes. And imagine you have an element that has, let's say, 10 sub-elements, and those have 10 attributes. So for every item has 10 attributes, and it makes 100 elements, and so it's hard to export them. So we have to focus on the necessary ones, so to fix our bug. Yes, this fixed the background color issue. The last element should have t equals grand to show that the last row is the grand one, the total result. And yes, this is very important because we have to know that how many data row we have. So I needed to calculate the count attribute correctly. To do that, I looked at the location element, and there is a ref attribute, and I just calculate the height of the row, and then I subtract the first data row for the row and first data call for the column, and then this is also fixed. And as a result, Calc is now more stable on exporting pivot tables, and I think we will work more on this one. So thanks so much. Questions? I think we have no questions. Thanks.
Yes, so hi everyone, my name is Tibor Nagy, and next few minutes I would like to talk about how we improve the PDF accessibility export in Calc. Yeah, so in the first slide we can see that how looked like the accessible PDF file structure tree. For demonstrated this, I just created and export a basic ODS file, with some content. And then if we check the structure tree, yeah, it's just contains 6 paragraph structure element. And these represent the header and footer section, information, yeah, and nothing more. So this PDF file had several problems. The main issue is that the entire document content was missing from the structure tree, and another problem was that the structured tree didn't contain root element like a document, and therefore it incorrectly tried to use a paragraph element as a root element. But the paragraph elements can't be a root element. So yeah, this exported PDF file wasn't meet the PDF universal accessibility standard. And the next slide, we can see how look like right logical structure tree. Yeah, first of all, there is a root element, the document, which represent the workbook. Another one is a part structure element with which represent the sheets, and the document element can have multiple part element, it depending on a number of sheets. And the next element is a table element, which represented the print area, and as well one part element can have a multiple table element. And yeah, it's depending on a number of print areas. And yeah, it's every row get a table row elements in an exported PDF file, and every content in the PDF file get a paragraph element and a table data element. So, and yes, and how looks like a good logical structure? Yeah, now it's contains the document element, document root structure element, the document, then the part element, and yeah, there are two table structure element because yeah, it's maybe not visible, but the print area border is between the columns G and H, and therefore there are two tables element, and yeah, and it's really like that now the all content of the document is are well structured. And yeah, I would like to talk about another problem. Yeah, the PDF size are larger than the regular standard PDF size because yeah, in the PDF file every content gets an extra tags like a paragraph, table data, table row, and therefore the accessible PDF files are larger than the regular standard PDF files. And yeah, and a few weeks ago, I ran into an issue which related to the file size problem. And yeah, first glance, yeah, I thought that yeah, this wasn't a really issue because yeah, as I mentioned, the accessible PDF file size typically have larger file size. Yeah, but after I check it and I created and exported a very basic ODS file, which some 7 content, and then I exported it and I checked the file size, and I checked the file size, and yeah, it was too large. So after I use a PDF accessibility checker tools, and yeah, I just noticed that we exported a lot of empty cells, but yeah, we can see that we just need the document element, part element, table element, just one table row, and the 7 paragraph, 7 table data structure element. So yeah, it's unnecessarily exported a lot of empty cells, and therefore the numbers of structure elements was also over the 400. And yeah, and what about that if we don't exported a lot of empty cells? Yeah, now the exported PDF file contains only just 18 structure tree instead of 400. And the file size also reduced by half. And yeah, if you check it, the structure tree, yeah, we can see that just exported the document, root element, part tag with a table row, and the 7 table data element and the 7 paragraph element. So yeah, in short, this was how we improved the calc accessibility export part until the beginning of last year now. And yeah, thank you for your attention.
So the next talk will be about electronic signing in Collabora Online, which is all about, we have lots of digital signature and crypto support in LibreOffice Core. There is also this growing demand for electronic signing, which is meant to be something which is very close to an actual handwritten signature on a paper, something that has a legal meaning. And it was clear that it's not something we want to do completely ourselves, because you probably want to work with somebody who knows how to work with authorities in various countries and so on. But all of those want to work with some kind of web apps. So Collabora Online is a good fit here to bridge our existing signing support and working with some partners to have some electronic signing support for our documents. So the idea is to have some electronic signing which is somehow tied to your personal, to yourself personally, based on your passport or personal ID or something like this, something that your country would legally recognize. We want to make sure to do this in some proper privacy respecting way, so we should not give away your document to a third party. If you know how PDF signing works, it calculates a hash of the document and then does a signature for that hash. So it should be enough to send the hash of your document to the external party. We wanted to work with partners so that in case they have some container bundle or container image where they bundle cool, then it should be possible to just work with that solution for signing instead of installing whatever external components. We saw that before creating this, there was nothing that would provide everything in one solution in one box. Also, the people who want to sign PDF files electronically are, in general, usually interested in security. Collabora Online provides this a number of security features. For example, the secure view when the document is living on the server, and it's guaranteed that you only really get pixels and not the document content on the client side. So that's a good combination with an existing security features that you can sign a PDF file while secure view is on. So you can read the content. If you agree, you can sign it, but you can't take the document. And you can have some API from other solutions where you just upload the PDF file, and on the top right corner you get a signature stamp or something like this. But if you want to do something which is close to handwritten signature, typically what happens is that in the PDF file there is some placeholder area for your signature. It might not be on the first page, it will be definitely on some custom position. So that's a use case where what you see is what you get, editor is nice, and that's something we can provide. So that's again yet another aspect where Collabora Online is a good fit to use it for PDF signing. So that's basically how we started. And as a user, the way you can use this is that on the integrator side, you need to configure this, because creating these electronic signatures means you need to work with a third party, and typically they charge you money. So you get some magic token which allows you to spend money. And once you set this up, then similar to PDF commenting, there is you can insert a signature line, which is a signature widget for your PDF file. Then you get this widget, which will be the signature, at least visually. You can size that and set the position you would like to have. You also have this snack bar at the bottom to actually trigger the crypto signing. Then you need to select your country, and based on your country, you can have one or more providers which can somehow make this connection between your PDF file signing and yourself as a human of or citizen of some country. And this is a demo case where Estonia is handing out lots of test identities for developers. So that's something where you can test for free many times without hitting rate limits and so on. So there is some test personal ID you can use there, and you either just provide that in a pop-up, or you might get redirected to some external site where they will authenticate you, and then you will get redirected back. It's very similar to any kind of online payment that you probably already tried. And at the end, you get back something which is a valid PDF signature. It has some legal meaning, and at the same time, it is consistent with the digital signature support in LibreOffice Core. So we can work with the dialogues and the UI of the LibreOffice Core for showing you the signatures. This is some other provider where there are a number of providers which accept personal IDs or passports from any country in the EU, or also a British passport. So this is one test document where the document is just a test one, but this is a real signature. And then you can also try it out in other software like Adobe Acrobat Reader, that you indeed get this green sign that this is a proper signature which has some legal meaning. And well, the implementation is really about trying to use the normal LibreOffice PDF signing, but at the moment you would try to do crypto locally. You abort the transaction, you take the hash, you send it to the third party, they sign it, and then you serialize that externally produced PDF signature back to the document. So we still keep using the PDF signing code of the PDF export in LibreOffice Core, except that for the actual crypto work, we delegate to a third party who knows how to work with various countries in the world, because that's not a business we would like to get involved in. So that's mostly it. Here is a screenshot for a case where working with a provider which works in Germany, and there are many other countries. So we have some contacts at this company called EID Easy, who is aggregating all these services from the various countries, and then we can work with them. They have this nice property that they can sign hashes of these PDF files, and then that still kind of delegates the boring part of the problem to somebody else, and at the same time we don't need to share the sensitive documents with them. So I guess that's a nice combination. And that's it. Thanks for your attention. Salim, it's over to you.
Okay, can I use this? Hello, hello. Nice. Okay. Hey everyone, I am Salim. I am from Nextcloud. First of all, I have to thank Elizabeth and Julius, who are one of the main engineers on the integration to Collabora and helped me get into the topic a little bit. Yes, as I said, I'm a software engineer at Nextcloud. I will present a little bit what we integrated with Collabora in the past, what kind of features we had, and then also go over what is coming up and what we recently did. But since I heard in the morning that there are a couple new faces at Collabora since the last year, I will firstly present a little bit what Nextcloud in general is. So we are an open source enterprise content collaboration platform. We offer all kinds of things from file sync and share to talk, groupware like calendars and mails and contact apps, but also Kanban style boards with deck. Yeah, we have Talk, which is for chatting and video conferencing, but of course we're at the Collabora conference, so today we will talk about the Rich Documents app, which is the integration to Collabora, called Nextcloud Office. In the past, Nextcloud and Collabora did some nice things together. First of all, there must be sharings. You can easily share Office documents in Nextcloud with anyone on your instance or create public shares via email or a link. You can also share to talk conversations, which you can see on the screenshot. You can have a video conference with someone and have a live Collabora session right next to it. Everyone in the call can join it and so on. Yeah, then one of my favorite integrations is the Smart Picker, which you can see underneath. You can basically share any entity in Nextcloud, deck cards, contacts, talk conversations, and so on a Collabora document instantly, which comes in handy quite often if you're referencing all that stuff in your documents. Yes, and then you can already see it in the screenshot. We applied custom Nextcloud branding, so if you install Collabora on a Nextcloud instance, it looks a little bit different. Basically, everything is a little bit more blue than normal, and there's a logo in the top left. Yeah, so now let's get to the stuff that's coming up, and that's a little bit newer. First of all, something I really enjoyed are the setup checks. I think it was mentioned before that there is some error messages from Collabora coming. We're using the VOP access check endpoint. So we can basically call Collabora and check and get some errors back. And Collabora tells us what is going wrong. If the JWT access token is not working, Collabora can't save files back. Yes, and that resolves the issues I personally had when setting up all that stuff on bare metal installations where you had two servers and Collabora couldn't reach your Nextcloud instance, but you wouldn't know what's going on. Now you can go to the administration settings and see it instantly, even get notified if the Collabora version is out of date or your Rich Documents version is not correctly functioning or not matching up with the Collabora version. Yeah, then, of course, nowadays you have to talk about AI. So we have the Nextcloud Assistant, which is a Nextcloud-wide integration of artificial intelligence models that you can use. You can, of course, deploy your own LLM model, like Llama and so on, but you can also use OpenAI integrations with an API key. Yeah, you can, in Nextcloud, basically, you can just chat with the assistant, you can generate images, but you can also summarize emails and talk conversations and create calendar events from those emails where the agenda is automatically generated and the date and time are extracted from the email. Yeah, and for Collabora, I might just show you how it looks before explaining how it works. This is the assistant view where you have like a lot of options on what to do with the assistant. And for Collabora, you can generate Office text documents. Just write a prompt, summary of Frank Karliczek, our CEO, and then you create a task, wait until it's finished, and at the end, you can get a generated result by AI, a summary of Frank Karliczek. Yeah, so let's get back to how all of this works with the Collabora APIs. So you can generate slides, documents, and sheets, and all of those work a little bit different because AI models can generate Markdown pretty well. We generate Markdown for the documents and text, and then we have an internal function to convert that Markdown to HTML, and then we use the conversion API to convert the HTML to ODT, which Collabora can then display easily. For Sheets, it's pretty similar. We just create CSV, which works well with LLMs, and then use the conversion API again to convert to ODS. Yeah, for the slides, it's not quite that easy because there's not a good way to separate slides from what the AI generates. So we're using the transform API, where you can basically fill out JSON data and then give it to the transform API with the filled data, and it can generate the slides for you. So that was the easiest way to do it, and in the future we are planning to also implement like a template filling with AI, where you can also use the transform API to fill out forms automatically. Yeah, so that's all on the AI side for now. I have two more small integrations I would like to share with you, which is the file conversion in general, which Collabora supplies. So we have integrated that in the right-click menu on Nextcloud. When you right-click a file, you can just click Save As and then get all the options that file can be converted to. The nice thing about that is that you can also use that in the Flow engine, which is to automate stuff inside Nextcloud. So you can have special files in a folder or files with a specific tag always be converted, so you can easily share them to customers in the correct format. Secure View, which has been in Nextcloud a little longer, but now also works in talk shares. So if you, as I showed you before, share files in the talk conversation, you can now prevent downloads and have those little watermarks on the document. Yeah, the nice thing about that is because Collabora renders the UI on the server, people actually can't download the file, because in other solutions you can always download the file if it's sent to your browser. Yes, you can see the admin setting for that. You can basically just set the setting for any share you want, where the secure should be and where not. Yeah, that were all the integrations. If you have any questions or want a small demo from me to show you something, just come up to me. I'm around here till tomorrow. Yeah, thanks.
Hi, I'm Kurt, and I'm going to talk about the next generation of charts for better storytelling. I don't know whether it's actually better. It's different storytelling. I'll let you decide if it's better. So prior to Office 2013, there were about 8 or 9 different types of charts with a bunch of subtypes within them. And this is what the UI looked like. And LibreOffice supports pretty much all of those. The layout is a little bit different in the UI, but basically the same sets of charts are supported as from 2013 and before Microsoft Office. In Office 2016, some new chart types were introduced, about 5 or 6 new chart types. So those are the ones that I'm going to be talking about. And so far, none of those are supported in LibreOffice. So just quickly going through these, the first one is called Box and Whisker, not Whisper, Whisker. It's for showing quartiles. It partitions the data into quartiles. The next one is called a Pareto chart. It orders the data in decreasing value and then shows a line graph of the cumulative value. So all of these are fairly boring, frankly. This is called a waterfall chart, which shows the cumulative value from the beginning towards the end. This is a funnel chart, which is just a horizontally centered bar chart, basically. So again, pretty boring. Clustered column, this is even more boring because clustered column already exists in the 2013 charts. So I don't know exactly why they introduced it here, but it's a different way of representing clustered column. And there are a few details different, but basically the same thing. Okay, so now we're getting to slightly more interesting ones. This is called a tree map. it's a two-level hierarchical display of data. So you see overall it shows a rectangle, and then the rectangle is divided up into two sections. The blue section, well, in this case, it's actually three sections, three sub-rectangles, and then within each sub-rectangle, there's the breakdown at the higher level or lower level, depending on which way you structure it. So it really shows two different levels, the big rectangles and then the sub-rectangles within it. This is called Sunburst, which is similar, but it'll show any number of hierarchical levels. So as you move out from the center of the circle, each segment can get broken down further and further. And you can have an arbitrary number of levels. Okay, and then the most interesting one is called region map, which is actually a geographical map, like a literal map, like Mercator projection and all that stuff of data. So you can put in Microsoft Office 2016, you can put in a list of geographical names, and it goes off and corresponding values, numerical values, and it goes off and figures out about them, and then it displays an actual map like this. Well, so as you'll see at the bottom, I don't know if you can read that, it says powered by Bing, copyright GeoNames, Microsoft, OpenStreetMap, and TomTom. So it's getting OSM data, presumably also TomTom, which is some sort of a geographical GIS, a geographical information system, and some other things. So this is not being rendered locally in your desktop. This is being sent off to the cloud and rendered in some Microsoft server someplace, and then being sent back as a bitmap of the data of the map. So it's interesting. This would be a challenge to implement on the render side, needless to say. Okay, so that's about what actually is there. And in terms of the data representation, this is all in a new schema called ChartX and namespace. And yeah, there's a big long schema to describe it all. And so the goal of my project is to preserve this data through round tripping to LibreOffice / Collabora. So going from Excel, for example, loading a file into LibreOffice, re-exporting as Excel, and then hopefully getting the same thing back. What happens currently if you do this round trip is you start with a chart, one of these 2016 charts. You load it into LibreOffice. It doesn't show up because we don't support it. And it says, this chart is not available in your version of Excel, which is, LibreOffice reads it. It says, I don't know what this ChartX namespace is. Blah. I'm going to go to the fallback, which is just this little bit of text. And then when it gets resaved out to Excel, Excel displays the same thing. That is suboptimal. What we want is to have the original chart show up again in Excel. In the current status, as of a month ago, roughly, in my code, we can load a funnel chart, for example. We load it into LibreOffice. It doesn't show up because the rendering is not implemented. But the data, the representations, the internal representations of the data are partially supported. And so we get just a blank there. But then when we save back out and reopen in Excel, lo and behold, we get a funnel chart. As you see, details are wrong, like the color got wrong. That's because of a problem in my parsing. You can't tell in this case, but there's actually a missing, in the left-hand side, there's a stroke on the chart bars the green stroke. That stroke is missing on the right. That's actually because of a pre-existing bug in the chart rendering, which is something that I needed to fix. So anyhow, making progress on this. And that's where things stand. And so hopefully at the end of this project, what will come back will be the actual original.
Hello. Okay, so my talk is about the Sbomb. And here is the definition, software bill of material. So basically it's a list of the software components in a software product. It can be a hierarchical list, like we define packages and sub-packages, and so we can handle hierarchical dependencies there. So basically we need to list the name, the version, the license, and some other information that are optional, like the download URL or security vulnerability information, and the format allows to add any custom fields. So obviously there is a standard format for this in order to be machine readable. So this is the SPDX standard, and it can be serialized to XML or JSON. These are equivalent. And the question is, how do we generate it as automatically as possible? So of course there are tools for it, and sometimes it's easy to generate. For example, when you build your container image out of Debian packages, or if you have a pure Go project, or if you have a pure Node.js project, then these tools can extract the Sbomb either from the container image or from a directory structure. Unfortunately, the Collabora Online is different, so we need to develop custom tools. So it's a mix of JavaScript, C++, with statically linked libraries, so it's not straightforward. So the idea to generate the Sbomb for the cool or code container is to combine 3 Sbombs, one for the base image, which is a standard Debian 12 Slim, and we would have one Sbomb file for the cool WSD part, for the online part, and for the LibreOffice kit, which is made of several packages. For the online part, we also have 2 major components there, the JavaScript and the C++ libraries. So we manually maintain a list of the JavaScript dependencies. So if you add or remove one third-party JavaScript library, I must know about it, so to update this manually maintained list. We also have a font for the admin console, and we have 4 C++ libraries that we statically link. The Poco, it also has its own dependencies that we also statically link, and the OpenSSL, the Z-standard compression library, and the libpng. So this is relatively straightforward, and we can extract the version info build time. So we always have the right version that we actually link. And the license information is maintained manually for these 4 libraries. And then we have to deal with the core, the Collabora Office packages, which is a little bit more complex. So we have around 100 third-party libraries in the LibreOffice project, 50 fonts bundled, like around 50 dictionaries. And of course, many of them are optional. So either we build them or we don't. Or either we install them in the final container image or we don't. So in the Sbomb, obviously, we want to have only those that are actually installed in the container image. So we already have a framework for the license information. We have this license XML file, and we generate a license HTML file out of that build time using the build tags. So if we use, for example, system libpng, then we will not install the license of libpng in the third-party licenses because we use the system library. Otherwise, we will statically link the libpng, so we have to list its license. So we simply add the SPDX data to this license XML, and then we can generate the Sbomb files for the individual Collabora Office packages in build time. So I invented a very simple solution. So we use these XML comments, which survive the processing of the license information from the source license XML to the final license HTML, and then we pass this license HTML and we extract those lines with the Python script. And we put, I have a few examples on the slide. So we have the name of the tarball, where we can get the version information from that. It's available build time. We get it from the download list. This is part of the LibreOffice source code. And we also have the package where it should go. And then we have the SPDS license identifier, which is manually filled in based on the license information found in the source tarballs. Yeah, so basically that's the processing that I've just mentioned, and the final result is this snippet. For example, for the Python component, we extract the name, version, info, and the license. Basically, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so let's make it brief. So let's talk about server audit and our server audit dialog. So here it is. We introduced first this mainly by the efforts of Shimon, but then we can go over that in the credits, but I'd like to mention before I forget. And basically, this is a way to alert the administrators, so the server admins, right within Collabora Online, if there is something that they should be a bit concerned or at least look out for. And that can be a series of errors. Right now, we only have this green and red, so there is no like warnings, no yellows. But I think we can then discuss this in probably the improvements to come. So there is also what we call not just us, but what is called a snack bar. So this kind of bottom notification that tells you if you are administrator and you open an Office document, you might see this. And then you can open and you will see the dialog I just showed before. And then we can go over some of these, and I will try to give a bit of context around those. So yeah, exactly. So the error checks that we do, I forgot I have a monitor here. That's helpful. Yeah, so we check first if we are in presence of admin, and sometimes we are, but we think we are not, because it's not properly configured, or at least we don't receive that from the post message API. And it's maybe not good, because then if this is not properly configured, every single user will see this dialog. But that's why we then introduce, as you can see here, I wonder where's the, yes. As you can see here, the toggle off, you can always toggle this off in the in the XML, collabora.xml. So and that's fine. So it's a bit something we maybe overlooked in the beginning, but then it worked really great because we caught a lot of people that forgot to set it up that configured properly. So maybe, you know, it was not that bad now that I think about it. And of course there is, yeah, I think there is a cable. Yes, cable. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, there is the hardware requirements check. This is a tricky one, and it kind of triggers some discussion in GitHub. We also changed some labeling in the beginning. The server audit dialog had some security keyword there. We changed that because it just makes sense to make it more generic. And because it's not just about security. And you know, of course, if there is a machine that has, you know, less than 4 cores, maybe it's not really good for parallelism, right? So then we end up to have this error check, and we signal this to the admin because yeah, I think we count with that heavily for compression. So that's not great if you have a low resource machine as low as that. Post-message API initialization, also quite important. And maybe we will not have time because I see that we are running out of time. But maybe in the workshops, there is some suggestion ideas that I would like to maybe brainstorm. I talked about this third state that I think we should really have it, not just is okay or not okay. Maybe even suggestions, you know, further reporting, you know, you name it, you know, external requests that external requests that we get from different domains. And lastly, quite important, maybe to have some kind of neo endpoint that, you know, integrator can just get all these. So they can incorporate all these checks in their own integration, and so the admin doesn't need to open an Office document, because I don't think they normally do. And that's it. Thanks. We can then check where is the code at. Thanks for the effort by Shimon and all these people that helped. Yeah, thank you. Yes, I think next up is, that's it, you see, it's missing. Yeah, I think maybe it was moved. Okay, so I think that's it. Because yeah, that's it. Thank you. But that's very interesting, isn't it? Sounds good. Okay.